No, don't ever base it on me. All right, I'd like to call the regularly scheduled Board of Selectmen capital budget workshop to order. First order of business would be pledge of allegiance. So
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
thank you. Okay. MJ, who's up?
Planning and zoning.
Planning and zoning. Here we go. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning.
How are you?
Not had any coffee.
Good.
Want some?
Morning, everybody. I think these glasses on. We have two capital budget requests this year. The first one, we have a Route 1 corridor study that was originally in our capital budget last year. SCROG is helping us with the first phase of this study. This is to take a look at the entire Route 1 corridor from Branford, North Guilford to Madison, and essentially study possible economic growth, the effect of economic growth on the traffic conditions, and then also extrapolate what can be tweaked in our zoning ordinance to accommodate additional growth. As I said, SCROG has stepped in to be a partner with this on the first part of the study. So this capital request is for what I anticipate being a follow-up study where we take a look at the data generated from the first study and generate some design guidelines for future development and possibly text amendments and or map amendments to the zoning regulations to accommodate the change that we anticipate in the first part of the study. The second capital group.
Before you move on, can I ask you a question? So the COG is helping you with that. Is that a financial help or are they doing the work? Is there any?
Both.
Okay, so
They're
we have,
paying for through their tip funds.
okay,
I don't know specifically which fund. They're paying for the first study.
but they're doing it on their end. It's not coming through us.
Right.
The COG is doing it.
Brought in a consulting firm that's gonna work with us. In fact, we had our first meeting with them on Monday.
I just I guess my real question was, are we paying the bill and they're giving us a grant, but so it doesn't come through us? That's all. I just wanted to be sure we had
So
the right.
originally,
Yep.
we anticipated paying.
Having
for
to
the
do
whole
all of it
study.
and say
Right,
this is
so
the balance.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead.
Did we have, I thought we had some funds actually set aside.
We have planning funds set aside, yes.
That's
Yes.
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
That's
So
gonna be my question. So it shows under FY 27, which is,
I'm pushing
Coming up here.
the second part of the study out. We had been carrying this as a line item in our budget previously. I'm pushing it out because the first study is fully funded elsewhere. So reallocating and time-wise. pushing it out. The second study is a study we had talked about, I believe for the first time last year. This is a joint study we'll be doing with the health department to take a look at the effects of sea level rise and how it will begin to affect mostly the downtown area in terms of the ability to have functional septic systems and or water supplies, because as sea level rise, the area used for septic fields will become saturated. We'll start to see a number of septic failures along the coastline and maybe as well water system for people who have wells failures because they will become contaminated. So we're starting this study is for Sonia and I to begin to study the problem, identify what are our most vulnerable areas, and then to begin to tackle the larger issues of what are we going to do about it. We didn't have the staffing to start the study in this last year, so pushing it out to 2027 in 2028. I think we'll be able to tackle it by that time.
I have a question. Do you
Yeah.
know how much sea rise level is required until you say the septic systems are saturated or?
It's already
Well, it
happened. It's already
depends.
happened.
Yeah,
It's already happened.
some of it's already happening. The state, it's in their clear study has mandated that we have a 50-year horizon planning in those 50 years, they're saying 24 plus or minus inches of sea level rise.
24?
To be. And that's the moderate, that they ran all kinds of models on sea level rise. That's essentially the midline scenario. There are lower scenarios, there are higher scenarios, but that's what we're mandated to plan to.
And this study is a larger study for the entire community. We've
Yes.
already started engaging with a consulting firm, engineering firm on water table levels in the greater downtown area where at least one of the restaurants is pumping their system about once a week because their systems are floating. So there's a larger.
That's groundwater?
Yeah, it's groundwater. So we've got a preliminary study back. We had the draft study came back a couple of weeks ago, and it is we've known for some time that there's going to be a challenge downtown. So just expanded the testing. Got a big 2 new test pits on the northern side of the St. George parking lot on the back, because we've negotiated not a formal agreement, but St. George and the Diocese of Hartford have committed to exploring using some of their property to and alleviate some of the challenges with septic and the fields that are needed for and/or some kind of AT system. So St. George is now is going to allow us to take a look at utilizing that portion to the north of the parking lot and back.
How much sea rise do they think we have already?
I can't really answer that question. I mean, from,
What point?
yeah,
Take a look.
from day zero.
I don't know, any point that they have any statistics on.
The statistics I've read is that Connecticut is gaining about a half an inch a year currently, maybe within the last 5 years. But all the folks I've talked to see that accelerating over time.
Seems like every high tide is going over the water lately, going over the road lately at 146.
All you have to do is take a look at the erosion at the West River, the mouth of the West River coming in from the sound. Kevin, you can probably talk to that a little bit. The erosion over the last 10 to 15 years has been significant.
Yeah, they lost a couple 100 feet of shoreline that's in park there in the past 50 years, 60 years
And
there.
Wasn't some of the rise responsible for the whole situation with the grass, the shack, the going?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally shifting sands there.
Yeah.
So a year ago, we were expecting to take this out of fund balance. Is that still the case? I didn't.
Well, we have coastal resilience
Things-
funds
Yes.
that I would recommend to the selectmen that we use. Broke down.
We have about 900.
We have just shy of $1 million there.
Didn't we budget for these 3 studies last cycle?
Through the money that we transferred from surplus into fund balance, as you did through the Board of Finance. So that money is set aside already for all of these programs. She's just presenting them.
Okay, so for the one that's covered for a grant, then we'll have extra in that pool of money for something else?
Potentially, but we do use it for other planning initiatives that come through as she needs them, so. Yep. But yes, potentially there is. I'd have to see what the original budget was.
What's the name? Can you repeat the name of that fund again?
It's the committed fund balance.
Okay.
This one for coastal resilience, the sea level rise and the corridor is in planning. 2 separate funds of surplus that we had set aside.
And are you staffed appropriately in your office now to be able to take these both on in the next?
Well, that's why I have to keep pushing them out because, I have myself, zoning enforcement officer and admin. So this is really, my bailiwick. So when I'm distracted doing permits and other things, I can't actually run other planning studies. So we're trying to take on one big planning study a year. We're just finishing up the plan of conservation and development. We have 2 affordable housing studies in the wings, and then this would follow on those.
That's probably a good precursor to the operating budget for the presentations when we may see a request for what's that, shared permit tech?
Yeah.
Would that be coming? Anything further?
Thank you.
Next is natural resources, Kevin.
Morning, Karen.
Morning,
How are you?
good. See if I can work on technology here.
Oh, I love, he's got ClearGov up. I love this.
See if I can work, see if I can make it happen. If not,
If not, Kevin, I have copies too.
papers in the bag, but I'm trying.
I
Trying
brought paper as a backup just in case we had a
trying to make
technology issue.
transition here. First program, aquatic weed control, Lake Quanapog. This is a continuing program we have for invasive aquatic weeds, vegetation in the lake. You notice this year, we're actually for the 27 fiscal year, or actually treatment year, I'm looking at dropping the budget $20,000 to $40,000. The results coming through with the previous years of treatment have shown that we are making some progress with the treatment there. We're looking, the ag station's planning to do, we talked with them, and they're planning to do a larger lake study of aquatics this spring, the early summer, which will give us a handle really where the how well it's taking place. But they have some control points they look at every year, not a detailed study, but control points they look at on a regular basis. And those areas are showing definite improvements. So we've dropped the acreage, planting acreage of the lake from, I think it was 16, 17 acres. We're looking at now treating down to about 10 acres of the lake there. So we're getting close to looking at spot treatments, but it's like I said, it's progress there. We're and you can see here. I will be, there's a grant due for aquatic weed control in early December. I'll be trying to submit another grant for this smaller area in that grant. And we've been successful basically getting 50% of costs there. We'll see how we make out again, but until then, we kind of have to budget the whole amount just in case we don't get the grant. And the money just goes back into the capital budget pool if we end up using it.
Are
Next,
you still using Diaquat for that to treat the lake?
diquat is one of the chemicals in toolbox, correct? Fluoxamine, which is sonar, which is the main product we've been using for certain weeds. Diquat works for other weeds, especially the earlier ones that popped up by the there are actually quite a bit throughout the lake there. So there's 3 major type of weeds we're after, and certain chemicals, herbicides treat them. Diquat's one that does the best in the early treatment of the one of the pond lily plant. I can't come up with it right now, but one of the earlier plants there, which we don't hit it early enough, it drops seeds in the lake. So we that's our basically our April, May treatment. We need to treat that with Diquat before it seeds and then produces the seeds for the next couple of years into the bed there. So we're trying to hit that one early with the Diquat. But yeah,
Have you noticed if it's had any impact on like the fish in the lake or?
I haven't heard anything. The fish, DEP fisheries, is part of the annual or quarter or every 2-year review when we do an NDB review of it. And they actually require that we don't treat the whole lake, we don't plan to treat the lake, but there's a certain percentage we're allowed to treat within the lake through the fisheries, and that's probably part of the reason there, but we're reducing down. We don't really use that much of it there. It's all metered, through the applicator there. So it's not like dumping a gallon and you're going along. It's all controlled how much the rate in to the area is needing the treatment there.
Thanks.
Next one we have is the natural resource building. And this is for the trailer for keeping our equipment as the transition out of public works and old public works, looking at putting a facility at the Sullivan Drive property there to maintain this equipment, storage of the natural resource equipment there. East River Reserve is our main hub, a lot of activity, a lot of work area there. So we're looking at putting a building in there this year, and actually have to start up is work with a couple of consultants and stuff of design to make sure location, and then get harder from cost on this one here. So this is in the budget also for the 27 year currently.
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah.
Is the location of this, it's all about proximity primarily to East River? If the Route 80 property were up and running, would it be equal or
No, that's
not as attractive?
not as attractive. My staff comes in, meets me in my office here, gets their job duties and stuff, and moves forward. Vehicles parking, so they're gonna have to drive 20 minutes up to get their equipment and move to the areas. East River is actually so much central because we have our kind of two big areas there. East River Reserve, and just above that is Timberlands. So there's our main forest areas that we maintain there. Then we have this other smaller ones, Braymore up further away up in North Guilford, James Valley further up there, and then the new piece we have, which Sullivan Drive is a central location to, is our West River Reserve, which is adjacent to the Baldwin School piece there. Required as part of that subdivision there. So
Is there enough, there's enough actual room to build something there at the Sullivan Drive?
yeah, I have to work with David there, but we're only looking at like a 2-bay garage there, so it's looking at probably 35 foot square building there, so it's really footprint really shouldn't take up much.
You anticipate you're gonna need utilities in that?
We're probably have to run utilities into it for at least electricity there. Which
You got employees working, would that be like a workshop as well?
not anticipating a workshop, because if we that right now we have shared equipment with Park and Rec and facilities. So if we had to use those type of tools, that would be a shared resource that wherever the public works Park and Rec ends up with.
I think the question is, are you planning on a bathroom?
They're in and out of there. Right now there's a porta potty there, but for the attendant, the brush and leaf area there, but we can always look at it. I mean, it would hurt to have, but then you have to look at a well on top of it, and water for that, but I mean, it's more in budgeting, so we can always make that happen. I have no problem.
The question is, would it be cheaper to do it upfront versus later? And if it's gonna be necessary, I mean, I guess it's a usage thing.
Yeah,
You gotta
probably,
decide.
probably it's always better upfront.
You have the infrastructure built into it, and then if you decide later. Okay. Yeah, it way cheaper.
Plummet into the floor.
Do it later.
So would the brush and leaf attendants have access to it?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Dave about having a wider area there for them, potentially having an office, but they have their new shed and stuff there, but having a facility where you can come wash your hands and actually have a heated bathroom or a bathroom facility and stuff there would be beneficial to them and any other employee working at the property there.
So what do you anticipate the $120,000 is gonna cover? Is that the design work?
That was the price we have rough installation instruction. It's looking at a cheap metal framed building. And that's what that's Butler type thing. That's what we're looking at consultant or talking with a couple companies as part of this I think it's $30,000, $30,000 in the current operating budget to flush out.
Have you had any conversations with, standing building committee?
No, that's on my
I would say.
list to
that,
do, and they can help me go in the right direction
Yeah,
here.
before the next time we actually take a look at, start to make some decisions, I would like to have them weigh in on it.
So just wanted to make
I mean,
sure,
this is something we're not close to, so this, I think, 27th can always be pushed off to like a year off there.
so just want to make sure I understand this, the new public works facility that's in this plan is not gonna meet your needs because it's too far away?
Not
So this
central
is gonna
for,
be
for
additional
upward.
Costs related to the moving the public works,
This is a cost of my
because you're
department.
there now.
This is a cost of my department where I'm kind of utilizing space within their facility. This allows for garage and space there for, us to have the tractor and stuff parked at East River Reserve, so we need to go out, and mow the perimeter of the field.
How do you do that
Take care
now?
of Damage Street. We're trailering from Public Works, old Public Works, with a machine there. So you have to go, bring down a pickup truck with a trailer, load the thing up, strap it down, bring it up, unstrap it. There goes at least 40 minutes of work day, and then you have to do it in reverse.
So you think those costs justify all the costs for a new building?
Yes,
Just the trailering costs?
and time, I mean, you're looking at hours of manpower out there.
Now, we discussed this in the past, and in terms of the budget, I mean, if we're saving time, we have to be able to quantify that.
Yeah.
So at the highest, biggest picture view, if you can get rid of a person to do these things that would save time, that might make sense, but if you can't, it might be hard to justify that. So I'm sure there are benefits other than what you described as the trailer, and it would be good to know.
And there are,
Some other
there are other
things.
concerns, there are. John Terus is currently working on, with a few resources on what we're gonna do with the old Public Works building. Which, for sake of a better term, has looked a lot like my basement over the years. Stuff that you put down there that and unfortunately, we've gotten rid of most of the
It's
stuff.
pretty well
We've
cleaned up anyway.
cleaned up now, but, Kevin's equipment is down there, and that's not gonna be able to
Down the
stay.
road here. you mean,
Yeah, there's
not the-
there's no space in the blue building at Public Works for our equipment.
The question is, in terms of the potential new siting of the public works facility, we still want to flesh that out a little bit, as opposed to doing a standalone building somewhere else. Wouldn't be as convenient as having it right there, but it'd be more convenient than the situation you're currently in. We'll take a look at that.
I mean, if there was room to put it on where the new public works is going, as I agree with Matt, it's not quite as convenient. Then you wouldn't have to get involved in the bathroom situations.
Well, you still have I mean, they're on that property currently. I mean, it's not a workshop, so it's a spot where they're gonna go in, get the tractor, put whatever attachment they need on it, and go to work. So it's not a facility where they're gonna be there 8 hours a day. It's a facility where the tractor is gonna be kept, the weed whackers are being kept, all that equipment which we use on a regular basis at that property are being kept in. And then they go right to work there. So it's not a facility where they're gonna be hanging out and really truly needing a bathroom. I mean, they're on that property now, they're using probably potentially the porta potty there, or else they're running back to my office down here or somewhere else to use a bathroom facility.
I think we still have a little work to determine what the actual building's gonna look like for us, what it's gonna contain, et cetera. So, working with standing building, I think is a good next step to tighten up, what I think could potentially go there. Northern Heights?
So Northern Heights, this is a project that's been in the works for the Ag Commission for multiple years, 2016, 17, something like that. They got approval, went part to inland wetlands because of the wetlands piece there. To improve an access to an upper grazing area there. There's no access to that area besides going through a very wet area. And unless it's a dry summer, they have problems getting their tractor through there to get into the back area to brush hog, keep down the brush layer there. It is for grazing cows, but once you get the invasives in there, cows don't eat invasive plants and very spiny plants and stuff like that in there. So we're in the process of protecting this field that's been starting to be taken over by the invasives, and it's something we don't want to happen there. Been working, trying to get Public Works to do it for a number of years. We keep getting pushed off, do it during the winter, and they get bad winters, too wet winters, and they can't get back in there. Dave's indicating he's gonna try again, end of this paving season to get in there. Weather doesn't make it, the Ag Commission wants funding to move forward this year to do it if they can't get done by Public Works.
I know I'm jumping ahead, but what are the ag commission's revenues based on, or your revenues based on the leasing of these fields, or?
Yeah, so they're just signed the contracts with our lead licenses for these pieces there. About $50 an acre. I think it's about $2,000 a year in revenue, I think, from that.
Is that going to general fund, MJ?
No, that goes into open space account.
How's our open space account look these days, funding wise?
Good, the moment.
But, and so
We replenished some of the funds because we got the bond authorization.
Got it.
So.
Just thinking of where is it, or what areas where it may come from.
Right.
To fund it.
and we're hoping it happens this winter, but we want to they're tired of being.
Let me see if I can
Push off.
let me see if I can put my thumb on the scale of that with Dave Castro when he comes in.
Where is that field located?
It's off of Crooked Hill Road, up in North Guilford, right at the pretty much Guilford Durham line up there.
Can't be in Guilford for much longer.
It's-
On your way.
You go, actually have to go into Durham, up Crooked Hill Road there, and then you're cut back into Guilford.
It's that uphill road to the right.
Right after you go to the line, correct, yeah.
And we lease it so someone can use it for grazing? or-
Yeah, we license out the property for people utilize the field as somewhat part of the arrangement or part of the arrangement, we got the open space from the developer that we had to come up with a one, Ag Commission actually to help figure ways to manage farmland, and two, we then had to come up with licenses and requirements for the property, and it's a great resource of maintaining the fields. We get some revenue for maintaining open space.
We don't by chance get more revenue than expense, do we? Just curious.
We don't really, besides my time overseeing things up there, we really have no expenses up into there.
Okay.
Other than like periodic capital expenses like this.
Like this one here, which is
Right.
a rare situation there, but every now and then we have to put some property posts which get knocked over or something like that, but they're minor expenses.
There's no true recurring expense.
And the reality is, by grazing it, it sort of keeps the space open. Generally,
Correct,
this invasive problem, not aside.
right. I mean, there's part of them go in and mow it once a year. Unfortunately, if it's a wet season, they can't get up in there with the mower deck to
The people who lease.
the leasing. Yep,
So
part of their
in
lease.
addition to grazing, they have one mowing responsibility as well.
Yep, they have responsibility of maintaining that area of at least mowing it once a year, because there's, like I said, stuff that the cows may not eat or graze on, which needs to be cut back so we don't lose the fields.
I think one of the important things that we have to remember is, we're working in conjunction with the Ag Society to try to maintain as much agricultural activity in this community as possible, given the founding. That this wasn't a full agricultural based community years ago.
Correct.
So if we do this, would it not have to be done again till 50 years?
Oh, we get this access way in here, that's one and done project there.
That will
We're-
solve the problem.
Right, yeah, it just needs, there's a steep slope in there, which the machines can't go down, which that needs to be kind of side graded, side cut to make that transition.
We'll see if Dave can get that scheduled. Inventory update.
So the natural resource inventory, which is this document here, with includes a map atlas, hasn't been updated since 2010. It's kind of a tool or document which gets utilized by bunch of agencies, departments even outside of Guilford. Especially helpful with getting grants to do references to our natural resources within that, which is then required to be pulled into grant documents such as our open space grants that we get for purchase of open space properties there.
I'm sorry, Kevin, this is the resource inventory update you're on?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Kevin, is that on the town website? Do you know?
There's a copy, it should be on the town website also there.
And when was it last done?
We updated some maps in 2010. The main document got done in 2005.
Oh,
Some of the resources really don't change over time, but a lot of but there are some avenues which do require some updates and changes. So,
and that's 20,000.
I need to find out a little bit there, but I think it's the maximum of that number there. The commission at their last meeting indicated the need for that. So we have like a week or two to kind of, the budgeting came into process. I can try to get some pricing, refine it before your January meetings and stuff, but refine some that number down if possible.
Do you know if the is the 20,000 for is it in-house work, consultant work, printing,
Consulting and printing, yeah.
consulting and printing?
And a lot of it, you don't really need to print up that many documents now, because they said
Of course.
everything's becoming an online.
Right, it's not like you're printing 1,000 of them or something.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. On an update like that, is it done internally or is a consultant hired to frame it? But you know,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
wordsmith it, write
Yeah.
it, be professional, have a professional document.
Yeah, because I'm not sure where the behind the scenes text written document is for this one here. To even go back and be able to change
But it might,
the wording.
but it might be less. It might be less than the 20 you
Could be
Yeah.
potentially less.
Okay.
Right there.
It can also be more. That's a study. You're not gonna get an awful lot.
But if it's an update though, I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know, but if it's an update and you've already got a base.
Yeah, I mean,
As
there's-
much as doing a brand new study.
The
but-
document does indicate there's areas which could be studied further.
Okay.
Right, here they go. Holy moly.
But so I'll do some more fleshing out on that one there, but like I said, they indicated at the last meeting, which didn't give me much time to do my homework, by the problem.
Yeah, a little more work on that.
Right.
So, Long Hill Estates, stuff.
Long Hill Estates pathway, as part of the subdivision there, they require to put a pathway kind of through the open space piece there towards the Baldwin School property. They installed their section of the pathway to the Baldwin School property, which is a stone wall in the woods there. So there's a 6-foot path going a couple hundred feet into the woods, ending at a stone wall. We need to kind of continue that to the Baldwin School, and it's just over about 250 feet or so to make it to the school property, to where the driveway is and the lower parking area there.
So that pathway is a condition of the subdivision.
Subdivision, and it provides a off-street connection to the school, connects the neighborhood to the school, and off-street connection there. This is a cost for materials and labor for an outside contractor to do the work there.
Good question about these pathways and access ways. I don't know all the history, but I thought sometimes the Public Works Department takes on some of these small projects.
To do.
Is it possible that these might be two things they could consider just
We
doing
can take a look at it.
without outside?
Cost to,
Agree,
but one of the challenges with public works, the equipment we have is usually for much larger, spaces. This is a 6 foot walkway, getting a vehicle in there is impossible. So this is a kind of, this would be a kind of specialty build of equipment that is designed for this,
Okay,
as opposed to the equipment we have, the
moving rocks by hand,
grading.
perhaps.
So it's something when we could follow up with David on this one
Yeah.
too, but it's, David also has, as you hear from his budget coming up, a long list of that he has requested there too, so.
All right.
So I think that gets me to my bottom,
Do you
and
have
that,
any thoughts for the next 4 years out? I see there's nothing in the next 4 years. We didn't see any of these 3 projects last year either, so we didn't know they were coming.
they're just things that kind of pop up. Sometimes
Okay.
you have things that just,
So you're not aware of it. You have nothing on the back.
nothing else on
Nothing else.
the radar,
Nothing on the radar. Okay.
unless,
All right.
my commission stops on and decides like, oh, we should do this type of thing.
Well,
Like I said, the one that continues out is aquatic weed that's continuing out for the next foreseeable future, at the reduced, I think it's $40,000 a year for those.
Okay.
There,
All right. Any other questions for Phil? Hearing none? Thank you.
okay.
Chief? Next is police.
Oh, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We congratulate both of you on a wonderful tip of compliment the other night at John Lemon. I hear we did pretty well.
It was not record setting, but it was pretty close, so. Great for something that we kind of put together at the last minute to change venues. So. All right.
Right.
The chief has a summary which is on your go, but Darlene's gonna make you copies, so as we'll get it to you as he moves forward.
All right. Good morning yet again. It's one of my favorite presentations to do with the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance, so. I'm gonna try to be a little concise on some of these areas, because I know we talk about them pretty much every year. So I'm gonna start in the area of vehicles. We've had some pretty good success with the hybrid vehicles, implementing those particularly on the frontline vehicles for patrol. We're definitely seeing the benefits of being able to have those vehicles have less engine hours from the idle time while the vehicles are out on patrol, while officers are sitting monitoring areas. With that ability to reduce the wear and tear on the engines, what we're trying to do over the next 5 years is stabilize our requests in terms of the patrol vehicle replacement cycle. So I've budgeted it out for 2 patrol vehicles a year, and then 1 administrative vehicle a year. So we'll be at a total of 3, hopefully Ford Explorer hybrids, which is what we currently have across the board, barring any decisions that are made on Ford's behalf, and whether or not they're going to keep those vehicles or change anything down the road.
Are you at 5 years now? Replacement?
So that's what we're working towards right now. We're trying to hold the cars for 5 years on the patrol side. We were previously with the gas models, we were at a roughly 3-year cycle. They hit about 100,000 miles, but the engine hours, when you actually go take a look at the engine hours and do the calculations that Ford would use to determine, what's the wear and tear on the vehicle. On a gas powered vehicle, you're roughly at 100,000 miles. You were in the 300,000 mile range in terms of the wear and tear on the engine, which certainly most of us would be replacing our personal vehicles at that point, if not much sooner, because of the maintenance side and the costs go up. But we're seeing with the hybrids, because the engines, while the vehicles are sitting and idling, they're actually the engine itself actually turns off periodically, and that actually saves some time. So we're pushing that out. It has a downstream effect on our vehicle component costs, which are further down on the spreadsheet. Those costs are for patrol vehicles. That's upfitting them to make them capable of working as a frontline patrol vehicle. adding cages, adding computers, lights and sirens, things of that nature. So we're pretty happy with this, and I'm excited to see how this is gonna continue moving forward, where we can stabilize these costs over time. Going back to the vehicle line, you'll see, not for this year, but for next year, we're hoping to replace our motorcycle that we currently have. The existing motorcycle is a 2002 model, which is, you have to be 21 to be a police officer, so the motorcycle is old enough to apply for the last few years, so we're hoping to rotate that out and get a new motorcycle. Hopefully in next year's budget, we'll bring that back up. With that, there's not a ton of miles on the existing motorcycle, but it has seen better days. We have had it in the shop several times getting it worked on, because we do have something that's now certified to ride it. There was a period of time where we didn't. So with the newer motorcycle, you're gonna get enhanced safety features, updated technology on the vehicle. It's gonna ultimately make it safer for whoever the officer is riding that vehicle to. So we'll be due for that next year. So skipping back down to the vehicle components, I have on my spreadsheet, I just have the cost to upfit patrol and administrative vehicles. With those costs, a lot of times we're able to come in under budget, because our current vendor is actually very good about. Yep.
Darlene's handing out park and rec, so
Sorry.
that, yeah, so don't look at that yet.
Sorry.
I can pivot to grass seed. Talk about all kinds of stuff. So just get into this. So the vehicle components, our vendor is actually very good about taking a look at what components we have in the vehicles as we bring them down to the shop to get our new vehicles cycled in. And what he's good about is looking at the components that are in there, taking a look at the service life of that existing component and seeing if that's gonna be able to be moved into a new vehicle that's being deployed. In a lot of cases, we can save potentially thousands of dollars on an upfit. And so we end up seeing some cost savings here, usually on an annual basis. So we're happy about that. So you have the projected cost, which would be the maximum that we would have to pay to upfit a vehicle, but we typically try to come in under that. There's vehicle computers are on there. They are expensive. Again, we're only going to have to get 2 a year to upfit the patrol vehicles, but I have the cost projected out for the next 5 years with inflation, of course, accounted for. This current fiscal year, or next fiscal year, we're going to be looking to update the vehicle modems in all of our frontline vehicles. Right now, we've implemented in some of the cars, they have new modems that are 5G capable. And these newer modems actually come with better encryption, which is good for data security. We're going to need to move to these at some point. So we're looking to try to do that next year and do the remainder of the fleet. And that's the projected cost that you see for the 26-27 fiscal year, to go through the rest of our frontline vehicles and anything that needs that.
Chris, does that modems can just go out on commercial Wi-Fi, or is this part of sort of a secure communication system?
This is part of a secure communication system. So this is, and I won't venture to get into the weeds too much. Our IT coordinator is much more knowledgeable about this than I am, but essentially by putting these in, these modems are going to be able to connect to our existing system in the building at a faster rate. So when we start talking later on about data and video that's getting downloaded from the vehicles, that all gets done over these modems, over the secure internet connection. So that's why we want to update them, because certainly with the amount of data that we download now, with having all the video from body worn cameras and fleet cameras coming through the same tunnel as all the other data that we are downloading back to our secure servers, having the 5G capability is certainly going to enhance that. And we also want to make sure that we have the better encryption on all of that to make sure that the data is secure. So.
I think the question might have been, is it going over commercial AT&T or the carrier? You're utilizing current carrier. AT&T offers FirstNet service. Do we utilize the FirstNet service?
We do use, yeah, and we have a variety of services. So Jay Leatherman actually has different setups. So we use AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. So some of the like our command post has the ability to use any of those services. Because certainly cellular service fluctuates throughout the town, given the topography. So it does go through that, but it's encrypted. So all right. If there's no questions about vehicles,
Can I ask you one question about vehicles? So I love when you're doing cost benefit analysis, like that's just music to my ears. At my company, we want to do it all the time, but we can't do it on some of the smaller purchases. It's just impractical sometimes, but I love the spirit of that. And I was just wondering, the hybrids seem to last 5 years as opposed to 3. That sounds fantastic and a benefit to the taxpayers. But then what about the cost of the hybrids compared to the gasoline model? Is it, I think the hybrid's a little higher for sure.
it used to be a lot different. Now they're very close.
Okay.
So there's not, it certainly for us, it makes sense to, and I don't have that direct cost in front of me for the gas powered ones, but the cost is not a significant difference. This is off of, typically we go off the state bid and then, our vendor actually tries to beat that price every year for the,
Okay.
whatever the state bid price is, he tries to beat that by a little bit.
That sounds like a win.
It is a win for us,
Okay.
yes.
Great.
Chief, and I believe prior years you've come to say, I've looked at hybrids, it's too expensive, I'm staying with gas. I think you,
Well, more than that is we couldn't get them.
right,
Yeah,
there were,
that was-
but there were years that,
Yeah,
The cost-
costs have definitely
right,
come a lot closer together, so. And I'm sure some of those conversations were probably prior chiefs as well that,
maybe, yeah,
Yeah.
could be, yeah,
several years ago. But
I lose track.
but yeah, the costs they've come a lot closer, so, it's certainly from my standpoint, it makes sense for us to go with the hybrids, so.
Perfect.
And I did miss a couple other points that I have under, and these are for down the road, these are several years out. In fiscal year 2030, I put $30,000 in there as a command post refresh. Our command post, we purchased it, the manufacturer year is 2013. It's certainly seen better days on the exterior. It's been exposed to the elements, so a lot of the features on the outside, the decals, some of the things like the cover that comes out so that we can have things under a tent cover. Things have been beaten up over the years, just natural wear and tear. Also the interior is going to need a refresh. We have technology in there, things of that nature. So, I just put it in here as a ballpark figure for a few years out. We're projecting that with the current wear and tear on the vehicle, we'd like to try to do a refresh rather than try to go and purchase a whole new vehicle. We think we can accommodate that in a few years. So this would be just the representing the cost of what a refresh would look like.
Just out of curiosity, what would that cost for a replacement?
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, I figured.
So, yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was in the 2, 3, 4, $500,000.
Probably about $250,000. We actually just got one for the region for accident recon. And we got some money from the state for that, for a little bit of grant money for that, and we still need to come up with a pretty substantial amount. I believe we had gotten, and this was all the regional departments that are part of the recon team. I believe we got 100 or 150 from the state, and then we still have to put in another 100 for that command post just for the accident recon. So we'd be looking at least that much. So rather than do that, if we can,
Not at all
refresh.
suggesting it, it's just, it's
Yeah.
a great savings if you could just refresh it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to, by that point, with the expansion of regional assets, our command post is going to be pivoting more towards a crime prevention, community policing. It'll be a command post for major events that we have in town, like the fair and any festivals on the green. But we have other resources to utilize for some of these other major incidents and, accident recon. We're buying a command post that's going to be utilized for those, scenes like that. So we're hoping that just a refresh will be the most fiscally responsible thing to do with that piece of equipment. And then I also have in here just a mobile license plate reader. Right now we have 2 license plate readers on patrol vehicles. Just projecting out, and I pushed it out 5 years, it'll probably push out further than that. But just replacing one of those at that time, just as they reach end of service life, so. But just so you're aware of it.
You're gonna-
Chris, would the command post and that new license plate reader be considered vehicle components?
It's updating, it's parts of vehicles. I think the license plate reader for sure.
Yeah.
And it's really, the command post is kind of an upfit for
Okay,
for
all
the
right.
vehicle at that
Just wanted
time,
to
so
be
that's
sure
why I
that
put
we're-
it there.
Yeah, okay, just want to be sure.
I
we
can
had it right.
categorize it however you
And I'm
want.
just wanting to make sure that we,
Are those license readers providing some benefit, like you're investigating, like, got them, you know?
Yeah, well, and actually,
For a plate or
Lieutenant
something.
Lieutenant Duro is gonna talk about the benefits of, the fixed LPR systems that a lot of the communities around us have, later on, which I think is gonna provide some insights to that, but, as we have it right now, we have it on 2 patrol vehicles. Certainly there's a benefit to having that if we do have something and we can go back and take a look and see, if we've captured the plate for this, particular incident that we're responding to.
Yeah.
But the impact of having the fixed system is gonna be more than the mobile system, in my opinion. But we'll discuss that later. Lieutenant Duro is gonna run through that. So I can move into building projects next. So I'll go with the quick one. The building camera update, our existing system is, quite frankly, it's getting to the point where it's antiquated. The cost of replacing components to it is exceptionally high. We have to bring a vendor in. We're paying them for their labor. We're paying them pretty exorbitant costs for actually replacing cameras. And there's several that are reaching end of service life that need to be replaced. Had a pretty detailed conversation with Jay Leatherman regarding where we can go with this and what we can do in terms of trying to get into a system to address some of the deficiencies that we're seeing right now, get ahead of the end of service life for some of our existing cameras, and also have the ability to, if we invest money at this point, have that be able to roll into the new project that I'll get into next. So the projected cost there is covering replacing all of our cameras in the building, and also replacing the actual hard drives and the brains of the system, so to speak. The benefit we're gonna see is Jay can do a lot of the work himself. And we'll certainly get staff to help if we have to, somebody's gotta get up on a ladder and help run some lines and things like that, but this is really gonna be a cost savings for us down the road, because we're not gonna have these, if a camera goes down, having to get a vendor to come in for a couple $1,000s to replace a camera and all their labor, and of course they charge for their commute here and commute back, and it's Jay's gonna be able to take care of this in the course of his normal duties. And the cameras are also a lot cheaper, the ones that we're putting in, but they're very good, and they're used in other locations around town, so there's gonna be an interoperability component to it as well.
So that 15,000 is an upper number, should be able to manage.
We're hoping to be just under that. But we should be right up to that point, a little bit under it, we're hoping. But we did leave a little buffer in case we come across something, or we decide that we want to add a camera somewhere. We may have to get more wiring and more cameras. The other big number there for fiscal year 28, as you know, we've been looking at the police headquarters. Certainly it's seen better days. The mid-90s, definitely the building looked a lot better than it does in 2025 in terms of a lot of the mechanical components in the building. We also have some needs for storage. Women's locker room certainly needs an enhancement, and it needs to be much bigger and better suited for our staff. The number reflected in this is from a needs assessment that was conducted by Silver Petroselli. This is a draft. So this number is in the draft report. We have a meeting next Monday to go over the draft report. Silver Petroselli will be there to answer any questions we have. Hopefully they'll be able to, after that meeting, finalize that report, and then ultimately I think there's going to be a lot more conversation about the direction of where we're going with this, but I would be remiss if I didn't include the number in the presentation right now, because this is what it looks like to make the improvements that we were looking for in terms of the garage space, the women's locker room, replacing the roof, windows, and a lot of this report gave us numbers for electrical, plumbing, HVAC, a lot of things that we can't see and understand fully as police officers. But so I'm grateful that they went through and went through with a fine tooth comb. So now we can have some robust discussions about just where we are going to go. I know that this is approaching, this is a very high cost for refreshing the building. So we definitely need to work together to make a good decision on that. So
It's amazing that that building is 30 years old.
it is.
It's amazing to think that. And at 30 years, there's not a lot you can do with, you've got to, you got to make improvements and upgrades and everything. So not surprised at the number, to be honest with you.
I was.
Yeah,
I was.
from someone in that field, I'm not surprised, but it is a big number.
I did read that report. It was very thorough. I was amazed at how deep they went into like behind the radiators and all that. But do you know offhand how much the difference between the square feet now and the difference between what you'll end up with? Because you're adding a partial second floor and building out of the back and the side and everything.
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it was just a curiosity. I don't need to know immediately.
Yeah, it's certainly gonna add, the garage, the current Sally port. I know in the report, we talked about, you can't fit an ambulance in there. It's, you can't fit a lot of stuff in there. So we're one side of it right now we're using for storage, which it wasn't really intended to be used for that. But again, it's 30 years of growth and having to do different things. We have a need for that storage space. So that should be expanded out. So we'll gain square footage there. Women's locker room, just the needs assessment projected that we may be able to install that next to our detective unit in the current men's locker room, which would be an expansion of the footprint of the building. So there'd be some square footage there. They did talk about in there potentially adding on to the community room. Right now we could fit approximately 25 people in there. 30 people would be the absolute max according to the fire marshal. But the space gets used a lot, and I think a lot of public meetings get held in there at times, and different groups come through. So to add a little bit of space there, so it's, and then we were looking at in the back, a lot of our HVAC is on the ground. To lift that up, put it on a flat roof, and then increase the amount of parking. If any of you have come to a meeting at the police department, parking is at a premium at this point. So you kind of run out once the front lot's filled. You have to try to go park by the basketball court or all the way around the back of the building. So we're trying to add a little bit more parking behind the building as well where we can. But I think we'll have a very robust discussion next week with Silver Petroselli and trying to see, what are the options moving forward and what direction do we want to go in as the town. So
Are there any state grants for things like this?
I think what we'll find is if we take a look at any grants that are available, it'll probably be for different components that we try to put into the building. I know other police departments are utilized as a 911 center, which we are not. And they're also utilized as emergency operations center. So, which we are not. The fire department is that currently. So, it may be limited on what is available, but certainly it's once we start really getting in tune with what our direction is going to be moving forward, being able to have some conversations and reach out to legislators and other folks that may have an idea of what grants are maybe going to be coming up and available that we can leverage. So
Yeah, we've been fairly successful in obtaining grants over the past several years. I think the number is somewhere in 35 million over the last 6 or 7 years. Some of that is congressionally directed spending, and that's based on our relationships with the federal delegation. We've done very well getting grants from the state bonding program. So while they may not necessarily be police department building construction grants, there are other types of grants that we've been able to take advantage of. So.
Chief, two questions. I'm assuming the standing building committee has been part of this process, right?
Very much so.
I've been, well, reading the meeting minutes as we do on the Board of Finance all the time. We know it's up there. So they'll be at the meeting that you're having.
Yes, so next month,
Representatives anyway, not all of them, but.
it's actually gonna be a special meeting of the standing
Oh.
building committee.
Yeah, it's a.
Perfect, okay.
And then
That was an easy answer then.
a lot of us are, well, a lot of folks are invited in to have this preliminary
Well,
discussion.
for understanding, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you may not know the answers, but that is a full burden cost, meaning. So in other words, there's gonna be a process of design, then there's gonna be the construction. So this 19 million, I'm assuming is project cost, which assumes. Which encompasses design fees and soft costs, and that's probably something that'll come out.
There was soft costs built into it.
It was-
I believe there was a 10% number built in
Okay,
for that.
okay.
That's not quite enough eye roll right there, Mike.
That was 10% contingency good, but soft costs are probably more in line of 15 to 20.
Well, no more after.
But the 10% might be part of that, you know what I mean? So you might,
Yeah.
might be right. I just know that there's gonna be some money up front for designing,
Correct.
you know, for the professionals. Then obviously most of this is the construction, but I was wondering as far as bonding. So now I'm thinking about the bonding of this. Should this go forward according to the plan? We do have bonding that's rolling off because of the high school. So now I start thinking, okay, what is that? I'm jumping ahead, but I know that there's gonna be
Oh, no.
upfront costs.
Have those conversations.
Yeah, no, there's an upfront cost to start the project, so you'll get all that next week. Great, thank you.
Hopefully we get all that.
Yeah, you will, I'm sure you will. Silver's good. They'll do a good job.
All right, I can move into, the next category, just under some equipment. So the department for, my entire career, for at least 18 years, and I'm sure, longer prior to that, we've utilized, taser products as a less lethal option, de-escalation tool, a tool for taking someone into custody without having to utilize other means, to do so. It's proven to be an effective tool for law enforcement, certainly for us. For our current tasers that we have, we did have a 5-year plan at one point. And we've been out of that 5-year plan for a few years now. So the model that we're using right now to support the program is a la carte. We run anywhere from about 8,000 to 9,000 a year to support the existing tasers with buying cartridges, batteries, and replacement handles if a handle happens to break. So we do need to be looking at for next year, upgrading our tasers to potentially the latest and greatest, but at least a newer model. We're a few models behind at this point, but we're happy with the current model. But it is going to be reaching a point where their Axon's no longer going to be servicing these handles at some point because they are a few models back. So we're taking a look. I have projected costs out there, which would be a 5-year program that we'd be targeting to try to spread the costs out as much as possible. They're pretty good about being able to work out 5-year plans, so that as a municipality, we can have that coverage for that, or spread it out over the 5 years. And that also includes the maintenance, and what it does is they'll give us our training cartridges. They give us a certain amount of replacement batteries every year. If one of them breaks, we send it in. So all that kind of gets rolled into what this new plan would look like. I have body worn cameras. Our current plan is going to be phasing out in the summer of, I think I had 27. Sorry. I was pretty good about not checking my notes this whole time, but so August of 27, our current body worn camera program is hitting its 5-year mark with the current vendor. So we do have to start looking at future plans with either our current vendor or another vendor. Body worn cameras are not getting any cheaper. So the number that is also represented in fiscal year 28 represents a 5-year, it would be part of a 5-year plan, broken out over that time. And again, that includes the maintenance, the service. A lot of the vendors, like our current vendor, they provide replacement cameras every other year, which makes sure that we do have working cameras, that the batteries are not completely burned out and dying halfway through shift. So we kind of get the latest and greatest for that 5-year period. They'll keep refreshing our cameras over that time. So that plan will be up. We'll be needing to engage with either our current vendor or another vendor at that point.
Is that I'm sorry, is that a contract that would lock in?
Yes,
So you get a lock in for the same number for 5 years?
correct. Yep.
Great, okay.
Yeah, and then the fleet camera program is the following year. The way we kind of did this, if you remember, the body worn cameras, we were having a lot of issues with our vendor at the time. And we needed to move pretty quickly to get into a contract with a new vendor. So the fleet cameras did come after that. When we started rolling all of our patrol vehicles into the same company with our fleet cameras. So there is a year gap there, where the fleet cameras would come the year after. So these numbers are the ballpark numbers. I've, reached out to a couple of vendors and started engaging with them about what numbers are gonna look like. So I'm pretty confident in these as at least representing the current market, with a 5-year plan for these different things. There's different options out there, depending on the vendor that we go with. Some of these can be bundled together and how we can negotiate better pricing. So there would be more to come on that, but if anyone has any questions,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
How much does it cost for the fleet camera and the body worn cameras now? We're under some kind of contract now?
yeah, right now, we're roughly 75,000, right in the mid-70s. So,
It's for the body worn camera?
and fleet,
Oh, together.
yes.
Okay, so it's going from 75 to maybe 110
Mhm.
in a couple of years down the line. And then just one more question about the headquarters. Will we get a new roof in this plan? I'm sorry, I need to learn more detail about the plan.
Yes, that is the goal. We need a new roof. It is leaking, quite a bit.
Okay,
So a new roof, and then, one of my questions next week is, I wanted them to look at solar. And I don't believe that the needs assessment that they presented, I don't believe that they really baked out what that looks like. So I want to make sure that we're having discussions about that. We'd like to try to, again, in the interest of controlling costs and the electric bills, can fluctuate, quite heavily throughout the year for the police department. So to try to do a solar project, to try to at least stabilize what our number looks like, I would very much appreciate that. I'm sure.
you can stay online with generators, right? If you lost power.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
If you had solar too, you have to stay online, definitely.
Yeah, the solar is not going to take the place of a generator.
Storage.
The solar is, the way it would work is it collects that energy and then it's gonna help offset the bills.
Gotcha.
So, but ultimately, if we're getting a steady bill from the solar and we could cover a lot of our roof line might not cover 100% of what the police department uses. Because we also pay for the animal shelter and the range building. So all those bills together. But if it can at least stabilize 75% of that, I like that a lot better than in the middle of the summer getting a $5,000 electric bill and then,
Okay,
so
that's not in the plan yet, but something to
the roof,
consider.
yeah, the roof was part of that needs assessment, but I want to make sure that the solar is definitely something that they've baked into all those numbers appropriately. So.
We're currently working with Titan, the CCM approved contractor for energy services. Looking at fire department, roof, solar, that kind of, so that will definitely be part of any building plan that we put together. I also just wanted to go back, the roof was the genesis of what we're talking about today, because we had approved, I think it was $250,000 to redo the roof. Then we made a decision that because of some of the needs, the emerging needs over at PD, that we did not do the roof. So, refresh my memory, on the funding source.
Well,
Was that capital or is
We use some of the money for these.
it the assessment?
Yeah. It was, I believe it was 150 for the roof.
Right.
Which was actually, that was in a very old capital plan. That when we actually went and got quotes, we were anywhere from 600 to 800 at that point to get the roof replaced. And then the 250 was actually for the expansion of the carport.
That's what it was.
That's right.
Yeah, so we had those two sources there.
All bonded funding.
But it didn't make sense to do the roof before we potentially expand the footprint of the building.
Change structure.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna kick this over to Lieutenant Duro. And he's gonna talk about the fixed license plate readers and the body armor.
Thank you guys for having me. So the the automated license plate recognition systems, we want to bring it back to the table. Specifically, we're talking right now about the fixed license plate readers that we would like installed in the town. These license plate readers have basically evolved from what was just a tool that we had in law enforcement to basically the way that modern day policing is functioning now at this point. Every agency around us has them at this point. We're the only agency in the area that has them, and we really believe that these fixed LPRs are going to be not only an investigative accelerator, but also like a force multiplier for our patrol. We know that we have limited resources when it comes to the patrol officers that are out on the road, and this is going to help bridge that gap to be able to not only solve crimes at a quicker rate than we are able to at this point, which will allow for more proactive policing in other areas. It's also going to help solve, like I said, not only the really important high leverage criminal cases like homicides, kidnappings, Amber Alerts and things like that. It's also going to help, us recover, potentially high value stolen property that, we're seeing in a lot of cases that we're dealing with in town. So on here we have the quote that we got from the company for the 5-year plan. That does include about a 10% increase from last year, which is when we reached out to the company. That was roughly what they said it's going to be. We think that this is going to allow us to be successful in a lot of different areas. Like I said, not only from the criminal cases that we're dealing with, but even in the cases that we're dealing with missing persons and things like that. It's going to help us out in a lot of different areas and help bridge that gap. Right now, we are leveraging all of our partners in the area to be able to help us when we have these cases. But it's always better to be able to rely on yourself and be able to know what's coming in your town and also leaving your town when it comes to a lot of these cases that we're dealing with. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have on the fixed LPRs and what that entails.
I've been made aware from the chief of some of the particular investigations or the crimes, whatever, that you guys have been able to serve to resolve because you've been made aware of vehicles leaving one community and heading towards ours. So clearly, it is a tool that I think is one that we should definitely try to engage and support. I do have. We've talked about this, and there was on page 2 of this morning's Haven Register. Yeah, I still get the paper copy at home and read it over coffee. Let me read the headline. The ACLU demands state halt license plate reader use. Now, I don't think the ACLU is going to be successful in getting the state to pass the law, but the issue is relative to the data that's collected and who it is shared with. And I know that the major provider of this services says we don't share it unless we're asked for it. So that's a significant concern because of the potential usage. And I urge everyone to take a look online at that article. But this is a consistent theme relative to the use. It's particularly with some of the enforcement actions that are taking place nationally, these systems and the data that these systems collect might be able to help with. So I just, no editorialism here. I just want people to understand that this is under significant discussion nationwide. So
yes, I mean, with this tool, obviously, it's going to be really important that we have, really clear, policies and procedures in place for how we're going to maintain those records, if we're going to share those records, and what that's all going to look like, and also be transparent with how we're going to do that. So
How is it different from the mobile units?
So these are going to be in fixed locations in town. The goal here with the fixed LPRs is that you're covering all of the entrance or as many entrance access points to the town as you possibly can. So you're knowing what is coming in and out of your town when it comes to stolen motor vehicles, Amber Alerts, things like that. The ones that are on our cars they're they're patrolling throughout the town as the officers are out there. So, you know, the issue that we have now at this point, you could have an officer with the LPR on the car patrolling a certain area of town. They're never gonna get any sort of hits on those vehicles that are coming in and out of town if they're not in those locations. So we're missing a lot of data, you know, when it comes to those.
I have another question though about this one, and there may be some data underneath this, but that 165 is a one-time payment up front, and that carries us 5 years, or is it payable in increments over 5 years? Is there a license fee in addition to that?
So I can do that, yeah. So that represents the license fees for the 5 years. And that also, that's install and everything. We have to cover in our operating budget, we would have to cover the data, the cellular for each of the cameras, which right now we're quoting out about 19 cameras in the various locations. And then also after the first year, a maintenance plan, which is roughly $6,500 a year. After the 5-year plan, we would then be on the hook for licensing fees, which they were estimating at the time that we got our initial quote, was around $14,000 a year. Once you get beyond that 5 years. So there is a cost to maintaining it. But like Lieutenant Duro said, it's a force multiplier. It's in contrast to the mobile LPRs, which are dependent on where that vehicle is at that given time. This is going to be sitting somewhere, you know, off ramps. And so when we have a stolen motor vehicle enter the town of Guilford, we get alerts saying, hey, there's a stolen motor vehicle coming in. Well, they're probably not coming here to do lawful things. They're probably coming here to commit crimes. So now we can actually respond to that, get into the area. We know this particular stolen vehicle is in that area. And now we have officers automatically responding down there rather than waiting for the phone call from one of the businesses saying that we were just robbed or, you know, shoplifted from, or something else bad happened. It's a more proactive tool.
And this allows us to, you know, if we have an example is everything from a homicide to a shoplifting. If you have shoplifting in the plaza and you have a description on the vehicle or a license plate on the vehicle, even better, but the vehicle leaves. It allows us to go in and look and get notified when that vehicle, what direction that vehicle is going to go in when it leaves town. So now we can allocate resources to try to get to that vehicle a lot quicker than we ever could in the past. It also is going to take a photo of the driver. You know, you're going to get a photo of that vehicle when it.
Just wondered about that.
When it captures the license plate on that vehicle, which is going to allow you to identify who actually is in that driver's seat, theoretically, in good conditions, who's in that driver's seat, who's in that passenger seat, which is going to be a really good investigative tool to be able to solve that crime a lot quicker than we could.
So the number of cameras kind of answers my question. These aren't things that you'll pick up and move around every. So once they're in the.
Yeah.
And then somebody's got to ask the question, will these be used for speed enforcement or emissions or anything like that? These are just for crime.
This is just for criminal investigations, so.
There you go. I know somebody's out there who wants to know that.
Yeah. These are different than the speed enforcement cameras and red light cameras. They're not for that purpose.
Front cameras, not.
Right. Yeah.
Would it be a stretch to say that this one even prevent that person from coming into town? I mean, it's public information. If all the other towns have it and we don't, then.
Maybe to an extent. But it's, you know, Madison has them, Clinton, Branford, North Branford, East Haven, North Haven, New Haven, the state police is implementing them. People are still committing crime. So they're still gonna come in and commit crimes. This isn't gonna.
It's gonna get caught quick.
They're just gonna get caught a lot quicker. And
Good too.
you know, I'll use a quick example. You know, we had an attempted bank robbery, and we had a description of the vehicle we could see surveillance. We were able to leverage a couple other towns. They were able to give us pictures of the suspect vehicle, the suspect in the car by themselves. Even the fact that the person they parked their car and they utilized a bicycle to ride over to the bank. Well, in one of the photos, the bicycle is hanging out the back window that the person had. We get all that, and that person was taken into custody that day in another town because they also attempted to commit a robbery there. But being able to have that ability to respond to crime in that manner is absolutely where law enforcement's going, and it needs to happen. So.
And the deterrent factor that you were kind of asking about is now we're getting notified when that stolen car or that Amber alert comes into town. So while it's not deterring them from coming into town, we're getting to those locations a lot quicker, potentially deterring them from committing the crime.
I think I gotta make the comment that it sounds so great when you're gonna capture a bad guy, but there is that other side of it that you're tracking peaceful, law-abiding citizens' movements. What degree, do they have a right to privacy? So, double-edged sword, like a lot of law enforcement.
Yeah, that's the ACL, that's the ACLU's point.
I had a variation on that question, which is how long? Because in order to catch people that are problematic, this thing's got to be operating continuously. How long is the data kept when there's a negative? Okay, I understand when you got a positive, you're investigating a crime, it's going to go into the system. How long is negative data retained?
It's a great question. I don't have that answer for you today. It's dependent on the state library's retention schedule. So we'd have to take a look at that and see what the minimum is on there for that.
Because that is the concern. That is balanced on the, I don't know if it's exactly privacy on a public road, but there's nonetheless a citizen concern.
I agree with your thought about that, but I mean, we have cameras, at the library parking lot, so innocent people every day are on camera.
Every bank machine,
Every time,
ring camera.
Up and down the highway.
They're
And
here.
that's just one
Constant
example,
live feeds
but I
into
mean,
that.
Right in my house.
This gets into huge questions about a surveillance state that maybe are a little beyond
Today's-
our local conversations, but
Yeah.
do you always want to be on camera?
I think the real question is the data, who owns the data? Well, where does it reside? And what does the owner of that data have the right to do with it? And that's the ultimate question that is being talked about. And who are they sharing it with? And, there are certain things in the Connecticut Trust Act, which you guys are very familiar with.
Yeah.
Delineates exactly what kind of cooperation you can do with some of the federal agencies. This article talks about the pilot program that Fox Safety did with Homeland Security, and that was for immigration enforcement. Right? That's an unintended use of doing this.
Maybe you said, I don't know much about this, but when you said they won't share it unless it's by request, who requests? Is this FOIA?
That's yeah.
Or anything
Us.
FOIA? Yeah, anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna say federal could probably
At the federal level.
grab it if they want.
I'll send everybody the article.
And those things, certainly just to kind of hack this a little bit is that, we're talking about asking to make the investment for next year, but certainly the conversations about how we do this are going to be a lot more robust, and having conversations with the vendor who is, the one that we're talking to is not Flock. It's Recor, which is in a lot of the towns around us. So talking with them, getting their assurances, making sure that the contract language is clear. And, all of our policies and procedures are in place, that the manner in which the data is even accessed is on our end is for criminal investigations. We're not going in there to find,
How
often you drive through exit 57 or 58. Those things don't matter. But when we have a crime that takes place and we have a suspect vehicle and we need to identify who that is and arrest them, that's what we need out of the system. But I do understand all the other apprehensions around it.
And we obviously have access to a lot of data, right? Like we could run license plates, but there's policies and procedures that govern all that, and this would be in place similar to those things as well. And just to wrap it up real quick, one thing, not having the cameras in town, like we're talking about there's shopliftings, but there's also things on a much bigger scale. Like an example that we had was there was a homicide investigation in Branford not too long ago. And that suspect quickly fled the scene, left on Route 80. We were the only town that once he came into our town, there was a black hole. No one knew where he was or where he was going until he left our town. So had he, went north on Route 77, it would have been just disappear at that point. We would have been just out looking for him using our old modern day policing, tools that we normally do. So this is used for crimes, very serious crimes, stuff that, that I think the the public wants us to enforce. So.
Great. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for detailed, presentation and discussion.
I think we have body armor.
Body armor, really quick.
Okay.
Just for the body armor, the ballistic vests, obviously these are required by policy and also by OSHA. The manufacturer for our vests sets an end of life for 5 years, and thus that's why we're required to buy new ballistic vests for our officers every 5 years. And that is due to, over time, the vests begin to deteriorate, such as, different types of conditions that they're exposed to, like moisture, extreme heat and cold, things like that, of that nature. So we follow the recommended cycle for the manufacturer. Obviously, we can't anticipate, if we have certain number of hirings in a certain year, that's when we're gonna see a little bit more of a cost associated with the vest that year. And then at that point, it also becomes, the new hires get mixed in with the officers who are just up for vest renewal in that year as well. So that's why you might see a different fluctuation for costs each year associated with the ballistic vests.
I'm just curious, are they getting any lighter and better? I thought maybe they would get, technology would improve, take a really heavy vest from the older days.
Yeah, there's certainly, we've met with a lot of vest vendors recently, and there's certainly been some advancements. We do have to be fiscally responsible as well. Some of those come at an exorbitant cost. We're making sure that we have the proper safety equipment in place that's required. Some of these vests can get very expensive. The ones they feel like they're paper thin. Ultimately, in my opinion, though, the actual width of the vest and how thick it is, it's still like wearing a garbage bag over your body, and you're gonna
Not the
sweat
most
under it. It's not
comfortable,
comfortable. But we try to. There are some advancements. They are getting a little thinner, while still maintaining the same ballistic capability.
Do we salvage the old ones? Do those have maybe the vendor takes the old ones in, or
Yeah, they can take them. They get recycled. I mean, they can get recycled, but essentially we don't.
they don't give us any money back for them?
No, there is some grant funding that we can get, that is through the federal government. They actually just reopened that. There was a period of time where they closed it. But so we can get reimbursement for about half of what these vests are, but we have to budget fully because grants aren't guaranteed. As we found out here. So.
All right. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing everyone.
Thank you very much.
Sure, we'll see you soon.
I don't have any waiting. So.
Oh,
Oh, absolutely.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
How about you?
Good.
Your face.
What are they gonna see?
They have the same.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so engineering department has quite a few capital requests to cover a lot of different things throughout town. I think your first one on your list is the town center improvements, which would be starting in fiscal year 2028. Just to give you a little background on that, we did have a transportation study, traffic study done of the town center through the COG, paying for it under their planning program, and there were some really good suggestions out of that. We also have some aging infrastructure with our sidewalks and things like that. So really gonna try and focus on kind of priorities to move forward with over the next few years. I know Matt has called together a meeting for that purpose, so I wanted to make sure we had something in the budget to anticipate what these projects, we'll need funding if we're not able to find any outside funding for them. But they're not yet defined what the projects are and the true costs are, but I wanted to have some placeholders in place regarding, reasonable expectations for projects in the town center.
And I think we're gonna have to buckle up, because everybody is already talking about one-way traffic.
Yeah, there's, some traffic circulation potential changes. There's, bump outs for crosswalks to make them more visible when people are trying to cross the streets. There's a number of different, there's the actual crosswalks themselves, Public Works are just out repairing them because they're aging and they're not holding up over time because of the concrete and with the salt. Used for ice control is deteriorating them. So we have opportunities, to make improvements for also the necessary repairs we need to do. So, the sidewalks, we're getting a lot of tripping complaints along the sidewalks with the brick inlays and things like that that are settling. So, yeah, and there's probably gonna be discussions with DOT in terms of, state highway involvement with some of this in our town center. So transfer station improvements, we currently have, again, COG is paying for a study of our transfer station. As you know, that the facility is aging. I'm currently in the process of getting a design and hopefully a price proposal for a deteriorated beam and some concrete slabs that need to be repaired in the short term. So realizing that and looking at the aging facility, I wanted to put some funding in place so that we can be prepared for future improvements there. Our scale this year costs well over, I think, $11,000 to $15,000 just to maintain and repair. The scale house building is aging out. That's one of the area where we're having to repair the beams. And we're also have changed kind of operations a bit at the transfer station with the, base pricing program. We're seeing less of a need for the compactor, which is also aging out and has cost some funding, money to keep under repair with the jaws that have to clamp onto the trailers. So it's really, we're looking at, is there a possibility that maybe we'd want to rebuild the facility in a way that functions a little better? Also, bulky is our biggest commodity at the transfer station in terms of expense and, volume. And that's wide open with a kind of a old mafia block wall for its staging area. It would be best if that container was undercover, so we're not also paying for the weight of wet materials. By permit, we're also required to have these things covered, including our recycling area, which is all wide open as well. So, we do need to start planning for making some improvements at that facility.
Just a quick point on that. These costs, are they reflective of the total cost or Guilford's share?
They're total costs, I believe, but I don't have any real plan to say this is it, the 25,000, I think I have about 20,000 currently still in capital from a prior authorization that will help us focus more on the recycling area, which I don't see changing a whole heck of a lot into the future. But maybe making some improvements there. We have an oil tank that needs to be replaced. We finally removed all the old waste oil tanks. And if there's an opportunity to relocate e-waste, I'm trying to reach out to our vendor so it's a little more accessible, as well as maybe some cover areas for some of the materials down at the recycling area. The other funding is sort of just seed money to come up with plans and then have better understanding of what costs will be. And again, the study from COG will probably come to us in the spring, and that'll better really identify kind of recommended improvements.
And in the past, when we bonded money for a purchase, like a piece of equipment, Guilford has the entire cost in its budget, but Madison is billed for their half. So it's an offset to your budget for that.
Yeah, it feels like the transfer station has a lot of fairly aging facilities.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I mean, and I'm sorry if I'm not picking up exactly what you're saying, and maybe you are saying exactly this. Does it make sense to try and pull it all into a single bond? And do that as opposed to scattering some here and there? I mean, like.
Yeah, so I think the 25,000 was kind of short-term, small improvements we can make at more in the recycling area.
Okay,
But the 200,000 I put out for fiscal year 28 would be more for probably design and really planning. And then we would then probably figure out what the later numbers were gonna be for actual
I
construction.
mean, if you're talking about a roof over that bulky waste, then changing the compactor area, those are big.
Well, yeah, that would probably mean, there is a plan in the drawers from like, I think the 90s. where you would, before they built the bulky the way they did, was to have more of a building with a tipping floor on it, so that then you can have people come into a building, drop, and then the machine operated by our staff would then push things into the right bin, whether it's the MSW, or maybe MSW could be dropped directly in the bin, but the bulky waste would be then put in, sort of like the Branford station, but not quite as big. They have everything under that one roof. Yeah.
And we typically bond for 2 years, so 27 is already done with last year's. So we will be looking to bond 28 and 29, so we can have that discussion. And Janice will probably have more information a year from now when we're looking to bond for that particular project.
You're adhering to our, please let us know ahead of time what's coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to just give you a forecast of what's coming. I've been, like these two last projects, I don't have an exact number, but I want to have something placeholder so that it's not a surprise when we have something.
Janice, would the plans for any improvements to the facility include more services, like maybe being able to take in oil or paint, or I'm not even sure what we're doing exactly right now.
Yeah, so we're certainly looking as part of this study to see if there are some improvements for service, as well as separation of items. One thing we discussed with the consultant was there might be a better market for just cardboard alone, so that we could, up our revenues, and we may have the room to do that already. So, we're gonna look at those types of things. Oil waste, we try and utilize the has waste, and we're doing a satellite in town in April to address people's needs for the oil waste. We since removed the oil waste facility at the transfer station, because the liability of having people drop off something with PCBs in it is kind of huge. So you have to really have a protocol in place that if you're gonna take it, that you're gonna be constantly testing. And then realizing you're liable if you receive drop that is contaminated, and it can be quite expensive to deal with it. So, since I've been here, we haven't taken any oil waste. That was a decision before I got here. And we did add in the satellite has waste central at Bittner Park in April as a way to make it a little easier for our residents to dispose of their oil waste in town at least once a year, but they also have it available to them every weekend between May and October with Has Waste Central.
And wasn't there a situation some years back where we were testing stormwater disposal to make sure people weren't dumping in there? Am I remembering
I
incorrectly?
think it was prior to me. I'm not sure if there was an issue with a contaminated load or not, or if it just was. Yeah, and that's why I think the decision was made at that time by the prior town engineer to stop receiving waste oil at the transfer station. And then, and realizing it was still a, concern for our residents what to do with what they have. We added in the satellite program here in Guilford for Has Waste, and trying to, educate people to use Has Waste during the season. There's also, if people call us, my office, we can direct them. There are some local businesses who will take waste oil. They use them in their furnace.
Also took some
Yeah, a lot of,
oil from me.
Yeah.
I was happy.
yes.
We're doing
So
that.
there are local businesses who will take the waste oil because they operate their furnace off of it, or they are able to get it recycled and make some money off of it. So we're happy to help people and direct people as to what to do with it.
Can I just be clear too, that 25,000 for the upcoming year, would that be for the deteriorated beam and the concrete slabs, or what would that be for?
I'm hopeful we're gonna get a design and a proposal sooner than, and it needs to be taken care of before next budget season. So we have yet to discuss what that's gonna be in terms of, because I don't have a cost yet, but we had gotten some original design done by our on-call engineers, resulted in cost proposals of upwards of almost $300,000 to fix this thing, and that was not anything that I wanted. It seemed a little more involved than it needed to be. So we went to a consortium bid process, and that contractor had suggested he has an engineer that could probably come up with just a support beam under the existing beam instead of replacing the existing beam. And so we're in the process of getting that designed and then
So the
priced.
25 is for design work.
No, the 25 is not for this repair. It's for other improvements at probably more like the recycling center and the fact that we need to replace our diesel oil tank at the
The
facility.
200 is what's looking at this other.
The 200,000 would be, yeah, going towards the overall site improvements. And let me point out too, in this design of the site, if we get there, is, we greatly need to improve circulation on the site. The site doesn't really function well with where the scale is located, the scale house is located, where everything is, it's just very disconnected and hard to really.
Choke points.
Yeah, there's a lot of choke points, there's a lot of confusion. There's the inability for staff oversight because they're not located in the right place, to be able to help people when they need it for
Would the
direction.
25 be for that to change the way that the traffic flows? Just the diesel oil tank?
The 25,000 is for on-site improvements, like at the recycling center where we want to move some things around, possibly put some covers in or temporary structures or permanent structures and do the oil tank. The other site improvements really don't happen until the 2028.
But the repair is coming out of funds that we already have
yeah.
allocated. That's, I think you were trying to get to.
Yeah, just trying to learn some
Yeah.
detail. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we have some money put aside in capital right now in the order of about $20,000. I don't know that that's gonna be enough to actually do the repair, quite frankly, and then we're gonna have to see what other funding availability there is to make the repair.
This
That's
is the beam,
imminent.
the beam repair, because you came to us about this a
Yes.
while ago. So we're not pushing that out to 20.
No,
That needs
that's
to
not
be
in
done,
this. That
right,
needs to
yeah.
be done as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
And again, let's remember, Madison splits the cost on that with us. So
Yeah,
if we've got 20, Madison, and it's more than 20, Madison's got to match our 20.
Yeah.
Is the, how does there's a number of things that are just getting into the facility up that driveway, sort of with fairly high berms on either side.
Mhm.
And especially if there's gonna be the new housing and retail just up the road. I mean, is there any thought of revising the entry? I guess.
Yeah,
let's put it
we've
that way.
also considered it maybe an additional driveway where it's more circular, like as opposed to just one way in and one way out shared driveway, but yeah, that's all yet to be determined, but yeah, certainly circulation is a challenge with the
Yeah,
site.
but just the sight lines as you leave.
Oh, yeah.
See-
Yeah, right at the rock cut.
Little,
Mhm.
little challenging.
Mhm. There are some limitations on the highway, because if you go down the frontage of the property, there's guide rail because there's a drop off, so there's a limit as to how far we can go, and so, we'll have to take all those things into consideration.
I know you give all this a careful analysis. People ask.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. 52 Church.
Yeah, 52 Church Street, that project is moving ahead. I think we got a straightforward understanding from the Historic District Commission that they wanted us to retain the existing building. Our first proposal to demolish the building and build a new, more functional storage building was denied by them, and so we regrouped and had discussions with them that, basically they came out and said we needed to keep the building. So that's the direction we're going in. We have a preliminary design. We've been working with a task force that Sandy's been involved with a couple members of the HDC on this preliminary design, so that we're keeping them in the loop and making sure that, we're not gonna have any more surprises when we go talk to them for an approval in the future. Everything seems to be going well. These estimates are kind of back of the envelope. I'm like at the cusp of getting an actual estimate from our architects, which is Silver Petroselli. So I might have to revise that number, but I did the best I could with the site improvements that need to be done to create the parking lot, as well as the building improvements.
So
So,
I ask that, does that anticipate the cost of paving?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but
Which I
again,
imagine would be considerable. It's a big parcel.
yes, yeah, I was figuring at over 200,000 just for the site work to create the parking lot.
People feel good that there's not necessarily 475 going into the structure.
Right, no, this is site and structure, but again, these aren't final numbers, still waiting from the professionals.
Understood.
And
Yeah.
one thing that Janice did not mention is the structure as it exists today will not be the structure that remains there.
Yeah.
And I also want to thank both Sandy and Janice for their patience and their willingness to work.
I don't think
A
I,
couple
I don't think I had any patience.
Hmm?
It's fine. No, it's all,
It's a difficult journey, but I think the end is near. And it's just the original building,
Yeah.
not the couple of additions that were,
Yeah, there's-
3 additions that were put on
Yeah.
afterwards. And we're gonna utilize it, storage, straight storage. It's not gonna be a functioning office building or anything like that. It's gonna be for storage, which was the original intent with the building we wanted to put in, had we been able to raise that building. So
Yeah.
we're,
Yeah,
it took us a long, winding trip to get here. but
yeah,
I
it's
think-
gonna look like the original house that stood on the property before the additions. It's gonna have a garage door, which actually
Oh.
creates a garage storage area for park and recs equipment for the town center, snow maintenance. So it'll serve its
You
purpose.
mentioned bulky, storage
Storage.
for
Yeah,
community center.
yeah, it's gonna be more of an accessory building for the community center to put their off-season, storage materials and other things that they may need to store in the building.
Park and Rec, maybe Pam will mention this when she comes, like the rest of the departments have been trying to clear out old public works, so it's gonna help with that particular problem too.
Water Street.
Yeah, old,
Old
the old public works.
Boston Street, sorry.
Weston Street, I'm
Just
sorry.
want to mention, and MJ can correct me on this, but we, in our committed reserve funds, we have allocations for building projects. And I think we have 2 different line items. One is about 500,000, the other is about 4 and change, some of which is being used for
Well,
Lathrop
we'll be
House.
utilizing it a little bit, yeah.
Lathrop, but the anticipation is we would utilize those funds out of the reserve account.
We should start with those funds, correct.
First place.
Yeah, we would start with those funds.
Yeah, and I'll get you any revised numbers I get as soon as I can. The next item is front of town hall and ADA improvements. As you saw, we did the sidewalk improvements because we had some severe tripping hazards in the front of town hall, and we removed the large trees that were causing the tripping hazards. We replaced the trees. So there's a second stage design that was done with John Cunningham. And so the idea would be to kind of change out the whole brick, landing area, do some stormwater improvements along with it to help with our stormwater management for the town. And add a little updated landscaping, some grassed areas to kind of soften the front of town hall. And since the current brick kind of clashes with the existing brick of the building, we're looking at potentially other materials. And then the other thing that is kind of lacking with this building, amongst a lot of other things, but it's the pedestrian access to the handicap entrance. There is none. So we're looking at creating either a ramp, there's stairs that go down from the sidewalk to the back door, creating that into a ramp, or creating a sidewalk that goes around the tree area or whatever. We haven't designed it yet, but something to bring pedestrians along the sidewalk to the back of the building for ADA access.
I have a question on this one. This one seems like it might be ideal for some kind of grant. Is there any grants available for that to improve buildings for ADA access?
I'm not aware of any. I'm not sure if the facilities department is aware of it. Trying to just address the, current need.
We'll work with COG
Yeah.
to identify it.
And then just another question. Now, they can go to the back entrance though in a vehicle and access the building if you're ever in a wheelchair or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or they'd have to go on in the parking lot to make their way on a,
Okay, so there's not no access. This is just would be.
there's no pedestrian access. So anybody who's on the sidewalk can't make their way without going either in the parking lot to get to the rear of the building. people who are driving it
Okay,
can
so
try
they
to
have to
park.
actually step from the sidewalk to the parking lot.
Or-
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
it's not-
they would have to go off the sidewalk at the driveway and use the.
There's no sidewalk, this is
Right.
direct access
Right.
from the sidewalk in front
Right.
Right.
along the.
And
street.
even the side sidewalk along the building ends in stairs, so you can't get to the rear entrance.
Without walking in the,
Well, once you get there, you're trapped, because you'd have to turn around and retreat to the front of the building because there's a curb and there's all stairs. So anyone who thinks they can get there will find they can't if they're in a wheelchair.
okay,
So they would have to come back to the
but
front.
they can drive down there, right?
Right, and I'm not talking about driving, I'm talking about a pedestrian,
Okay,
any
I don't
pedestrian.
understand why they can't walk, go through the parking lot.
Safe.
They could come from another building down the street, right?
Yeah, I mean, they
Without,
can.
without. it. You could
Jonathan,
be
they
parking
can
on the-
walk in the parking lot, but that's not a designated safe.
Ah, gotcha.
Suggestion that someone.
And even
a
the
handicapped
grade
person
and everything
Has to
is
go
not-
in a.
Go sidewalk and parking lot.
Right. They should be able to walk on a designated pedestrian area in order for us to be really ADA compliant. It's supposed to be a
Oh, okay.
designated, pedestrian walkway, not sending them into a parking lot.
Okay,
We are talking about access to the town hall.
The
It's not
town hall.
just some building.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
All right, so the next item is the Long Hill Road Multi-Use Trail. This funding being requested in the short term of the 500,000 is for the design of the project. And the second number is, what is the anticipated cost for construction? And we anticipate that would be, covered by LOTSIP program. We would apply for a grant through the LOTSIP program. We've been working with Stantec as our design engineers to do the preliminary plan. We did some public outreach with the Board of Selectmen about a year ago, and it was really a well-received project. It also not only includes the multi-use trail, it also includes road reconstruction of Long Hill Road itself in that section between Hubbard Road and New England Road. It includes a roundabout at the intersection of Flat Meadow and a realignment of the intersection of New England Road to kind of improve some safety there. So it's not just a multi-use trail, but that's the kind of primary purpose of the project. And so in order for us to leverage lots of funding, we're responsible for the design. And unfortunately, with it being state funds for the lots of program for construction, we can't use LOCIP funding to do the design because you can't use state funds to match state funds. We need to allocate that funding ourselves. And we estimate that would be about $500,000 to get us to a point of being able to bid the project and construct.
Can I,
And for those that remember, the plans that are in place, because Hubbard Road is anticipated to get sidewalks along the Hubbard Road, so theoretically, you'd be able to walk from downtown to the high school on some kind of pathway, sidewalk or trail, which would include, going by Adams, then longer term is possibly up to Baldwin, but at this point, you'd be able to literally get from the East River to the high school.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Or the West River to the high school, all on sidewalks.
walkways,
On
okay.
walkways.
That's amazing. I have no issue with the project, but I'm a little, for perceptional reasons. Long Hill Road multi-use trail, if I saw that as I don't know if there's anything else that could be called, because, just perceptionally, I see $7 million for a trail. That was my initial thought, because it says multi-use trail in the title. I don't know if there's any way that.
They'll use
Is it connectivity?
Like I said, I'm not against it. I think it's for all the right reasons.
Yeah. It's good.
Would work.
But
You
but
could
I
add-
just,
you could add
I think if you're going to some
and road
level of
improvement.
bonding for that or public perception, it's like $7 million for a trail is ridiculous. It's not a trail, it's a multi-faceted
Well-
improvement to two major
Right, so when,
intersections and the road
Right.
improvement.
Itself.
and it
It's-
includes a lot of drainage improvements too, because once you add the trail, the water has nowhere to go. We have limited drainage on the road, and
Yeah.
then we add a curb and a trail. the water can be trapped in the roadway, so
Right.
now you have to provide, catch basins and piping. There's a lot involved with the, just even adding the trail, regardless of all the other improvements.
Yeah, not in opposition, just a
Yep.
suggestion.
Not receiving some of this reference material in detail yet, I would agree completely. This is a better title to the project, like, realizing that it's a major road project.
Okay.
Big difference.
All right, so the detail is actually on board on the agendas, all of the
Okay,
detail.
my bad.
It's okay, just-
Sometimes I get an email, sometimes.
That's okay, it's all on the agenda today.
It's fine,
Well-
but happy to go over the project.
Just so you know, I don't know if you're aware, the Board of Finance did not have this information.
Oh, they didn't have
Until
access
this
to
morning.
it.
I guess when all the information went out, it didn't go to the Board of Finance. And on the boards. I talked to Brandon, all good. We got it this morning. We have it now, but Jonathan.
Yeah, I might
So
have.
now if you go back, so now if you go into your
we would-
agenda,
we would,
you'll
we
see it.
didn't get this till this morning. Honestly, I
Yeah.
haven't had a chance to look
And
at it anyway, but
I do have
we all have it now.
plans that were too large to load into the system. There's a 10 megabyte limit, so
oh, yeah.
if anyone wants. to
We've got all the backup
Right.
All of your,
pages.
yeah,
Right, but there is some lacking stuff I wanted to add that I couldn't because there was
The graphics would make a huge difference.
Yeah, so if anyone wants them, I could send them directly to you. Just reach out, okay? Because
Thank you.
I couldn't upload it in the system.
And then with LoSiP, I can't remember exactly, but we get reimbursed
Lots
with
of-
large.
Lots of.
Lots.
there's two different programs, LOTSIP and LoSiP.
Possible.
So this one will be funded, the larger projects are funded by LOTSIP.
Yep.
Which is funded through the COG and state bond money. It used to be federal money that went through the COG and that's where we used to be able to use LoSiP for matching funds for those projects. But now that it's state bonded money and the DOT uses the federal money themselves, we no longer can use the LoSiP funding to help prepare for the project that's gonna be funded through the COGS.
Can't use state money to help state money.
Yeah.
You have to use it for different projects.
So what we're doing,
Ways have to get.
Well,
Around that.
so what we're doing instead.
we have lots of
because-
projects on the
But
table.
the short question is, it's about 80% covered.
No, so that whole formula applies really to federally funded projects, so it's 80-20 usually. With LOTSIP, it's 100% construction costs, but the town is on the hook for the design.
Okay, which is what you're drilling into.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I need.
So that's why she's,
About that.
the first part is the design
100%
services.
Better.
Yeah, so the
So, I'll
construction, I
take
mean,
that.
we're ready to go out to bid in a week or two for Falcon Road. That's a $7 million project to replace that. See, that's lots of funding and, that's 100% construction cost paid for the town. We had a few $100,000 worth of design costs on our.
Towns have some skin in the game.
Yes, yeah.
And the next one, the lots of things.
Yeah, and the next project, this is actually not LOTSIP. This is the
The
twin.
local bridge. program.
Yeah, it's the local bridge program, Twin Bridge Road. It's a new program with the state where they actually do it used to be, again, the town used to have to do the design and then they would pay for construction. In this case, the state is doing the design and the construction, so there's really zero cost to the town for this bridge. It's right on our town line with Madison. So it works out great. It's just, my time involved with the project that we're paying for. So this project, they're running into problems with the design, so it's gotten pushed out. I was hoping it was gonna be ready for this coming construction season, but it's likely gonna be pushed out because it's a really low-lying flood-prone area that they're challenged with design for some reason. So so that's gonna be 100%, other funds in the town. So
If I remember, that bridge is also very narrow.
yeah, it won't be widened too much. We really haven't gotten really into the weeds of design criteria with them because they've been really challenged by the hydraulics of the area because it's all so flat. It's like one big flat
Marsh.
swamp area. And then if you have a big rain event, like all bets are off and might be that. Usually they don't want to see the road flooded, but because it's in the middle of almost nowhere, that it might end up being that they have to allow it to flood. just because of there's no elevation change to really work with. So they're still working through that design. I'm anticipating, I think we have a project meeting coming up in the near future. See where they're at with that one.
This might be a question for MJ. Two projects then, Long Hill and Twin Bridge, the funding we hope will come from the state after we do our little bit. So you show that at the, you show at the bottom of FY 2028, a $10,975,000 potential expense, but almost 10 million of it is really not gonna, we have to show it though, right?
Yeah.
But we don't have to show, but we have decided we wanted to see the total cost of all of our projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, credit Sue with that, we, all the out years, we want to know what the total cost of the projects are.
We also need to show it in order for us to expend the money. It has to be approved
It
through
has
your
to be
projects.
authorized first.
So we spend it first and then get reimbursed.
Exactly.
Right, so it has to be
Yeah, so-
approved through this
so-
project.
And we can also see the bonding.
Right, and there's a separate report on board that shows the funding sources. So you'll see a lot of
Yeah.
Janice's programs are either in bonding, lot SIPs, or somewhere,
Yeah.
so you're seeing her total bottom line. The other report will show you where the funding is coming from.
We have seen other reports where it's more delineated, like what we're.
That's the other report.
It's
Right.
it's in the program. I did.
I just look at the
identify
bottom
it.
line.
They have two
Yeah.
reports, one with every,
Yeah.
so you have two reports, one sorted just by
Yeah,
department, which is what you're looking at today, and then the one sorted by funding, which we will review in more detail as you're doing your budget.
okay.
But
And-
it's both there.
To address lots that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they give us the check up front.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that one we don't get
So you
reimbursed.
submit the application, whatever. it is.
We submit the application, we get a commitment to fund, then we have to go through all the design and reviews, and then they give us an authorization to bid the project with the PAL agreement, when we get the bids in, we have to submit them to them, and then they authorize the project and they send us a check.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember Darlene, being like, I just got a $3 million.
Who wants to deposit it? I'm still here.
What are we doing with that? I was like. Okay. The next one is, we talked about this, I think, at length last year, is the Public Works facility. We're carrying a $30 million project cost for that. I think fine tuning that over the winter, with some more borings and budget estimating for the project is gonna be to our advantage before we go out for bonding. And working with a building committee, to fine tune things. But yeah, based on my estimate, it's about a $30 million project that we should be planning for.
Said building committee to help do that process. I would anticipate that the referendum at some point next summer or fall. No, I can't. I don't think we can put it on election ballot. I don't think
It needs its own, right?
You're on a separate referendum.
Yeah.
Was this, I'm assuming I know the answer to this, but was it run through the standing building committee in terms of oversight of that, or was it just a large project that it was felt that
Yeah.
that's separate, like the high school?
Yeah, it's gonna need a separate.
No, it makes total sense. I just wasn't sure, but there'll probably be a member or representative from the building committee. You talked to Dave, okay.
And other locations have been vetted and dismissed.
Yeah, we did a feasibility study of the existing facility with Silver Petroselli. That was way back when COVID just started, and they did a whole analysis of our current facility. It's, lack of space, lack of code compliance and things like that. And, came up with what the needs assessment would be for the facilities, both public works and park and rec maintenance. And so with that information, we ended up buying the property up at Route 80 in Long Hill, and we've been focusing on that property with the design we've done pretty much in-house. We did a preliminary site plan and building layout for the site and for the facility, but that obviously needs to be fully baked. I'm anticipating, but again, the building committee will have input into this would be, the best way to proceed with this would be like a design build as opposed, because it's, you're working, they're very utilitarian buildings. Might be the best way to really see this through, as opposed to a full architectural design ahead of bidding and construction, so. Yes,
In this analysis, did they consider possibly mitigating the flood risk and improving the current facility? What was the,
You'd have to raise
yeah, you have to raise the buildings
It
and
also
so,
leaves it at the bottom end of town.
it.
yeah, and then it just, there's a space constraint for the location itself. And then just the whole circulation problem through the whole area, town, and all the trucks going downtown. And there's a, potential reuse of that site for something a little
So
more.
say we determined that that site is not appropriate anymore for our needs, but is worth some money to someone.
I've
So we
already,
can offset this 30, I don't know how,
I've
by how
already had,
much,
I've
but
already had conversations
Yeah.
with a couple of
Yeah.
developers who are very much interested in acquiring that parcel once
Yeah.
we complete the move out of that location. And to Jonathan, your other question, this has been a long discussed, move or to get it out of the floodplain. So we got millions of dollars worth of equipment down there, millions of dollars. And, the facilities task force that was convened in 2018, that their final report with Mr. Hartman was very much involved in. One of the first recommendation was to move Public Works to another facility, as I recall.
We went in, that was, we went in and said, when was this built? They said 1982. So when was this declared a flood zone? I said 1981.
It was the seventies, yeah.
And, and we were a little bit surprised when we asked, where would you like to go? Because they're running out of room. We were a little surprised they didn't choose the I-95 corridor kind of thing up and down. They set around Bittner up that way because of the hours they work, the miles they drive, the facilities they service, they would be the most efficient. So we got something 387 mile away, which is pretty good.
Now, we tried to get a parcel right on Long Hill.
We did.
We could not get to it.
But they've got access to Long Hill 80 and 77. That should be
and,
okay.
and we got we had a very good opportunity to buy that land at a very reasonable price.
We did, the diocese was somewhat generous. Yeah.
Motivated
So
to.
one last point, and you mentioned about feasibility, looking at other
Yeah.
areas. Most recently, Janice, myself, Dave Castro, John Tarutis, this is a few months ago now, but we, with a realtor and a representative from State through that facility. And, yes, might have worked, but would have required a significant amount of renovation. We probably could have put an indoor soccer field in there as well.
Great looking.
Recreation facility, but pickleball.
it's very large.
But the issue is that is on Guilford's aquifer, which there was an ordinance passed in the 80s or somewhere that prohibited certain 90s prohibited services over the aquifer, and the Public Works facility would be one that was prohibited. So
Not necessarily even a savings.
No.
And.
well, the price tag on the building was $12 million.
Right.
But that was the asking price, I think, when we toured.
I mean, it's a big,
It's a-
somebody
it's a-
will use that.
Monstrous facility, and it's built for dry storage. We're not dry storage, and so there's no floor drains. It's very light construction. It's an older building. It's in great shape, but it's an older building, and it really doesn't suit the needs for a municipal building that you want to really have withstand some severe weather and time. I don't think.
Okay, all right.
How many times since 1982 has the Public Works flooded, or how many claims have we made?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of any claims we made or flooding that actually happened?
The berm that surrounds, that goes down the railroad tracks is the last line of defense. And if it goes through at any one point, then it's lights out. And of course, they've got chemicals there. It's not just the equipment, they've got things that would leach into the surrounding area. So
We haven't had a 100-year event, even with Sandy. That was flooding up to elevation 10, the base flood elevation for that area for a 100-year event is 12. So I know it came close to the property at Sandy, but I don't believe it went into the buildings or anything at that point. But that wasn't our worst forecasted storm to expect, you know.
The larger issue is they're on 6.4 acres and they need twice that.
And this is really great conversation, but at the rate you're going, we're gonna be here 8 hours. Just saying, just putting that out there.
One more.
I'm gonna be the bad guy, getting right out there, sorry.
One more quick question. I mean, it's a $30 million project. How many sites were considered when you made the decision? Was it just the one up, we decided on? Or was-
We purchased it for the potential use that we're contemplating today. That's why we bought that property, knowing we had to get up there. We tried to buy another property on Long Hill.
Right.
As a private owner on Long Hill Road. We couldn't get
3 or 4 times the price.
Yeah.
3 or 4
It
times
was 10
the
times.
assessed value per our assessment.
Sometimes
The
it's
assessment
price,
office.
it's like
And it is right on
$1
the route.
million.
So there's at least two properties you
Yeah.
considered.
Well, the
That's
cost
4
of
times
the
half a
property is
million.
the issue. It's not the cost of the property. It's the cost.
Yeah.
That's what the floor is not.
So it couldn't possibly be in a better position.
But it also, the location also fit all the things that you discovered when you did the study.
Exactly. It's access to 80, 77, Long Hill, it's all good.
All right, so my next item is Bullard Drive Extension. That's out. I always have it in my budget. It'll always be way out. Hopefully it comes closer someday. But you know, we really do need this east-west connection. Circulation in town is limited.
Which direction are we talking about?
It would be between Route 77 to Long Hill Road.
Okay.
So it's an east-west connection.
We
between-
own contiguous property all the way through.
Yeah, we do own the property and
They're
then,
coming out right there.
I mean, there's limited I mean, Baldwin right now is, one way in, really. And that's not ideal. And, if there's any expansion of use at that site, you certainly gonna need another, but even without expansion of use, there really should be, your next east-west crossing is Flat Meadow and Route 80. I mean, that's quite a distance
I know,
for
it's-
circulation there. Sidewalks repairs were up to 75,000 a year. That's just for our regular maintenance program. We have our ADA transition plan, which has identified the need to upgrade handicap ramps throughout town, as well as addressing small sections of infill that we may need for connectivity, as well as just repairs of tripping hazards and deteriorated sidewalks. And then road improvements. We just had a review of our pavement management plan system that we had contracted out with Beta. And looking at their analysis of the current condition of our roads and the future degradation curve that they apply to it. They come up with a funding recommendation for maintaining your roads at your current level of serviceability. And with that, they're recommending that if we want to stay at a 72 average for our roads, we really need to be funding about, I think it was 1.55 million a year. But if you look in the details of my backup, I'm building us up to that, but I'm also taking into consideration the funding for public works for some of their chip sealing and road maintenance stuff that they already do, because that's part of the equation of what's needed to maintain our roads. As well as considering low SIP of about 200,000 a year that we get from low SIP to be used towards road improvements, since they're not able to be used for lot SIP and other matching funds. So that's kind of detailed in the backup in my description of this funding.
This is an example of our 2-year bonding. So I had to take out Janice's request for 27 because we've already bonded
Yeah.
that. So I have that in my note. She did ask for 750. We bonded 500. So last year we didn't have the information to know we needed the larger number last year.
And then just including the Nut Plains Road West expansion of 77 all the way out.
All right, thank you very much. We have a lot of projects on it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you for answering those questions.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you.
Rob, come on in.
No, I just gotta, but I'll get started. Rob, nothing, I gotta have to get up in like 5 minutes. I gotta make an outside call. So, nothing personal.
Very quick.
I was gonna say, he's only got two quick things, so he'll.
Okay, well then I'll stay for the golf guys. But
So basically, most of my big ticket items I introduced last year. So this year, I'm just continuing the ongoing computer hardware replacement project into the 5 years out. That's a very successful plan that we started soon after the renovation project in 2008. And that just ensures that both the public and the staff have up-to-date hardware, and it just solves. My life before that happened was like a constant troubleshooting of computer hardware all day long, and that is not the case anymore. So it works really well, and we do it through Libraries Online, our consortium, who has an expertise in library automation software, so it all works very well. Everything else I think was already in there. Oh, the flat roof, we intend to do that after the HVAC replacement project. Those are the two big items. We wanted to get the HVAC done first, then do the roof, and then hopefully that will be sealed tight for a while.
where is the flat roof?
In the center, it's.
Oh, the addition, okay.
Essentially, like you were coming in.
Okay.
The warranty expires next year, actually.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Another project to start.
Time flies.
Yeah,
I still call it the new building.
right? I know.
And then always, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Guilford Library Association and the Friends of the Library, which prevent a lot of things from ending up on this budget because I'm able to make, small improvements over time. Like instead of putting a $10,000 furniture upgrade year, I do like two $5,000 ones for the Friends, and we sort of chip away at it that way. So thanks to them, I can be able to.
Always nice to use program, essentially a program fund.
Yes.
With
Well
that
done.
computer support, do they support all the computers?
Yes, I think the only exception might be the 3D printer.
Okay.
Anything like that is usually funded by the Friends, and we have to kind of figure that out on our own. But any nuts and bolts, things like circulation desk or the public computers are all.
And they, when you say replace them, you're leasing them and they'll just keep giving you newer machines?
It's not, we do purchase them, but the line handles all the warranties and they will come in 24 hours notice, even faster if it's like an important, like if it's my computer or if it's one of the circulation computers, they'll come within the same day.
Okay.
Same thing for the wireless infrastructure, all that kind of thing.
How many computers you think you have? Just,
I want to say it's
20.
79 is
Oh,
my
wow.
best guess. It's
I think you're getting a
40
good deal.
for the- Yeah, we try to get 5 or 6 years out of them.
Okay.
Well,
It's an
some
excellent,
of
it's
that,
an excellent deal.
Yeah.
yeah, but some of that's depreciated from our annual contribution to Lion to participate.
Yes.
Right, yeah,
Remember, it's a consortium, it's a library consortium that we're part of, you pay dues to.
right.
And therefore you get access to some of their services, which
Yeah,
are at
The
significantly
labor
discounted
cost
rates
is still.
than you would in the private sector.
How much are those dues?
About, I think it's $70,000 for the line fee itself. And that includes like a lot of things like the delivery service, which is daily, about 10 or 12 bins a day come through. That includes all hardware installation and upkeep and monitoring the catalog, which is shared by 28 libraries. They also host our website. And there's a few more things.
And it looks too good to be true, usually is.
Yeah, there's some things.
Okay, so there's
It is
another
that.
set of
Yeah.
equation.
Yeah, get a lot of value for that. The Lion is also there's user ability to access.
It would take more than one new staff member. It would probably take 2 new, just completely to go into technology to be able to pull off what they're pulling off, and the price would be about 1 salary.
All right, Rob, thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Yay.
57 minutes.
Oh, done, Rob.
Off the no.
Morning.
Morning.
Me.
You know,
Before we get started, guys, I had my golf clubs out of my trunk and in my hallway, my 7-year-old grandson comes in and looks at it like, this is a cool bag. I'm like, it's not as nice as Steve's, but it's nice. He might want to play, so you may see us next spring.
that's
Right.
Quick update on the golf course. I mean, we're basically 90% there, just to let you guys all know. It's come in pretty nice.
Yeah, I took a walk up around the course last
We
week.
still have a couple little thin areas here and there. It's there.
There's a good fall. Also, Karen may be able to update us eventually, but we worked urged us to submit the application for coverage, loss of revenue and the expenses related to the repair. So that's a pretty significant number.
Yeah, I checked with her earlier and she said they haven't gotten back. They asked her another question about quotes that we got for the, not the sod, but the labor to put the sod in. And we gave her that information and it's in the hands of the insurance company right now.
You have a plan to offer a discount for next year to this year's members?
We do. For everybody that paid a membership this year, we're offering a 40% discount to sign up for next, off of next year's, not membership, but pass. Correct, 40%.
Okay, what have you got for us?
Basically with the last two fairly dry seasons in the summertime, our number one thing for, this coming year is to, add some sprinklers, basically 2 or 3 sprinklers per hole. We have about 100 to 150 yards on each hole, the 9 holes that, we add some irrigation to. Presently, we're doing it with a hose. And, it's time consuming. And our system will take the new heads to it. So that's the $25,000 line item that we have, which we'd like to do the soonest as possible.
Good.
The next line item is the Real Master 3500. Basically, this mower is basically replacing a mower that's 1981 presently, which is in there. So it's just
We also, if I could interject for a moment, we had a mower on our capital budget approved plan that we didn't buy because we used those funds to offset some overages last fiscal year. And in addition, we took some money out of the this year's capital budget to cover the cost or any costs associated with the repairs of the course before we knew we were getting the insurance reimbursement. So we gave up 2 items that were approved previously and they're relisted here now.
so those 2 items are the Real Master for next fiscal year, which is the $67,000 number, and a Hawk sweeper, which is 81,000 on your numbers that you have. So those 2 we kind of gave back. That's why they're back on the list.
Am I understanding this though? You'll get the money from the insurance, so you'll be able to fund those
We're kind of waiting.
theoretically with the insurance?
We will have those discussions
We'll have
once the
those
funding comes in and we just determine. Yeah, it's gonna cover revenue of lots of things, so, yep,
Bulk is gonna be, lost revenue.
lost revenue.
Yeah.
It's gonna go in line item, not.
Like it's more like a wash.
Let's also be realistic. We're discounting the membership, which can.
Lost revenue next year.
Lost revenue next year, which is probably what, 40%, 40 or 50% of your overall revenue in memberships?
No, well, no, it's about 50,000 a year and daily range fees is closer to 230.
So 40% on.
Yeah,
20 grand.
20, okay.
So the insurance, lost revenue, the insurance isn't covering anticipated lost revenue.
No, only lost due
The
to
three-
the
3
work done.
months that we closed down this year.
The discount is just simply nice to do. It's a fair, thing to do.
It's a right.
Considering
Acknowledgement.
we hadn't anticipated getting any of the revenue back, so we're
Yeah.
happy to get what we can.
So the discount is because of the inconvenience of.
Yes.
People
Okay.
pay,
They lost months of
they pay, and
play.
then they couldn't
Yeah.
use it,
Gotcha.
right?
That's
So the people.
Makes sense, okay.
Basically September, October, November, so 3 months. So. And then the other line item for the first fiscal year is an aerator. Basically, with the increase in play in the last 2 years or so, we've been getting a lot more compaction. Now we have an aerator, but it's basically just made for doing the greens, so it's not made to take a compaction of hitting rocks and out in the fairways in the rough, some of these areas. Presently, we're Tony's helping me out with the park rec. They have an aerator, but it'd be nice to have our own, so that's why we have that Skag aerator in there for 17,000. So that's any question, that's the first fiscal year, items that we have on there. Is there any questions with that, or?
You know what I'm gonna ask, right?
Yeah,
Water.
Okay, well, that's here too.
that's there too.
That's here. Yep.
So you wanna put new sprinklers in, and it's just we've had dry seasons, maybe the world's getting warmer and drier. And I asked every year whether I can look in detail into drilling a well
2030.
in there.
Yep.
Yeah, we have it in there.
So it's gonna take till 30. They heard me.
Another thing, we are present,
Charles used to ask that every
Yeah.
year as well.
another thing, we are presently watering some of these areas, so we're not gonna see an increase in water bill. Just to let you know, because, you know, it's just gonna less maintenance for my guys, because it's a manual labor issue right now. By adding those sprinkler heads, so we're adding sprinkler heads, but we shouldn't be adding the cost of the water.
No, it reminded me to ask.
Right, no, you guys asked for that, for the well, so we have that in 2030. Basically, it's 50. Where's the number?
That's like 23,000 for
Yeah.
drilling the well and putting in the equipment to connect it to the existing system.
Great. And Richard, sorry, we didn't see this till now.
Yeah.
The current water bill is running around what?
28.
There you go. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Just a quick question. Are you fully committed to that 40% discount for next year? And you, as a board?
They voted on the board last
Voted on
meeting.
it last, in October, mid-October. Anything else?
So you didn't have any capital purchases in the current year. The one thing that we approved, you had to push off.
Well, we had two, but we pushed them
Yeah.
out because of the renovation that we're doing now.
Out?
Basically, which, well, they're not out, but they're in for next year and the following year.
So depending on what we get from the insurance company and how we apply that, there might be money to offset some of these.
Right.
How inconvenient is it for you to borrow that aerator? Because I don't know, it almost sounds kind of good that you can get more use out of the aerator, share it.
Yeah, it's just a wear and tear issue on his, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
he's basically, he has tractors, he has larger tractors for, you know, because he's doing multiple huge ball fields. I got tighter, smaller areas, so I kind of need a smaller aerator, you know, for a unit. That's why I have this in there.
Okay.
Where I can't, like, I tried to overseed some of the fairways where I had some areas this year with his big tractor. The tractor's, you know, a 55 horsepower tractor and weighs a ton on some of my
Little overkill.
fairways and some of my tees. So a complete overkill, basically. So, and that's what, you know, he's got 30-acre ball fields. You know what I mean? He's got bigger equipment, you know what I mean? So it doesn't work, you know,
Okay.
for some of my tee boxes. I can't put that equipment that he has on my tee boxes.
Yeah.
That's why I need something small.
All right, anything further?
Basically, in 2008, we were looking for, 2028, excuse me, we're looking for a construction of a barn basically in the back. So basically, I'm working with, Pam on that. And the design and the engineering costs, and basically it's just gonna be a cold storage building. Because we're, you know, getting a sweeper, we're getting this new equipment. I don't have room to store any of this, you know, bigger equipment that we're looking to get. And another thing is the fire department, everything is gas underneath the pro shop.
Right up there.
They're, you know what I mean? You know, what I mean?
You mentioned using the basement for other programs, if it was freed up, in your write-up, I saw that. What happened in there?
We could possibly, you know, do if we wanted to, you know, what I mean, we brought it to the golf course commission. We want to do like simulators and be open year round. So that's the new thing, you know, and also winter service. As you know, it's purchase simulators, which aren't cheap. I don't know if anyone ever hit a, you know, winter simulators, but you can do that, you know, in our basement, but it is a little bit tight for the ceiling wise. So swinging down there, you could swing, but it is tight.
For the tall guys, it might be a problem.
Correct.
If you putt.
Not to mention the rebounds are kind of.
Chip.
The trailers I presently have for my equipment and the floors are starting to rot. And another thing, the mice are, we're trying, we got this fairly new equipment, we got mice coming in there, so that's my issue. With the building.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, guys, I had a little pressing work thing.
No problem. Hate it when you.
Big job.
Get in the way.
Anyone else have any other questions?
Any other questions? No. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Quick. Thank you. Health break.
Break.
Okay, we're back. Welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. The promotion to assistant fire chief, is it assistant fire chief or deputy fire chief? Assistant fire chief. And Jerry, so as part of the recent restructure, so. Now you can tell us what you want to spend.
All right. Now the good part. Okay, so in our capital budget requests this year, I'll work our way through 27 through 31 and look at the stuff that was in there, talk about any questions you have, or talk about highlight each point. So the first one, Station 5, second floor egress stairs. This is new for this year for 27. This was identified. This is attached to the north station where we have personnel staff. The existing deck and infrastructure is, let's call it end of service life, but it's still functions okay now, but it's in the process. It's it's deteriorating. So it is a prime.
This is important for egress, access and egress, right?
Right,
For where these guys are sleeping.
Yeah.
Correct.
It acts as their secondary means of egress off the second floor.
So I'll go a little bit deeper on that. Like right now, we're in the process of establishing defined lease agreements with the North Guilford Company number 5 and Company 4. It's one of those, we don't own the building, but we have staff people there. So I call it a collaborative relationship with both. Hopefully those will be completed sometime over the next month. But it is, it's in the town's best interest to support the second means of egress where we have staff station people out there. The second is for Lucas CPR compression devices. The two existing devices that we have are how old? 20 years?
20 years old.
20 years, end of service life. So those machines are the I call it like the third person on the ambulance sometimes, but that's the machine that we attach to somebody where they're in cardiac arrest, and it does the compressions for them. So it eliminates the extra person, the third person that does CPR manually to the hospital. How long? So almost 20 years we've had these devices now, and they've been very successful. Is there anything else you want to say about it?
No, I mean, it's ever since us using them, our success rate for cardiac arrest victims has gone really high. So they definitely make a big difference. And it does free up either a paramedic or an EMT to do other types of activities in the back of the ambulance, pushing medications, maintaining someone's airway. So they're well worth it.
Absolutely. Save lives.
Yeah.
The third item for 27 is a fuel truck chassis replacement. So the existing fuel truck, which we use for, I say any offsite refueling, where we, like the boat, for instance, where the marina doesn't have fuel, we use that fuel truck to fuel the boat. We use it to fuel the offsite generators. So at the remote locations for generators for the radio tower infrastructure, we refuel those diesel generators. It's not like we hire a company to go out and refuel those. We maintain all the fuel levels. The reason I say this, the chassis replacement, because we normally, when we're up for ambulance, we have a full replacement coming, and we have the remount in line right now. I say the full ambulance replacement, the brand new chassis should be coming in about, I feel, April, May of 2026. By the time, it's been a 2-year project. When that chassis, we keep the chassis that gets remounted. So we put the new chassis underneath, and when we take the old chassis back, as opposed to having them sell the chassis, and then this would get repurposed. The existing chassis under that fuel truck is it's a 90 something, 93. So it really becomes like, it's not a primary emergency response vehicle, but that would be upgrading the chassis from a 2011, which is the chassis under the remount getting done, or the new remount. And that would move that from a 93 to a 2011. So ultimately, the 1993 chassis that's on there now would then get disposed of or go out for auction under the normal process. So essentially, it's repurposing a chassis to still keep it in the fleet for not a primary response vehicle, but one that's essential to fueling the boat, fueling the tower sites and stuff like that. So that's about and part of that remount is also with the chassis comes we use New Haven body, the actual body that gets on there for the fuel truck itself. That's what the expenses are associated to. Number 4 is structural firefighting gear replacement. So this is new for capital, and we're open to right now. The gear replacement plan. So we replace 10 sets of gear every year, and that gear has a lifespan of 10 years. So every 10 years. That gear is end of life cycle. So right now, this $60,000 replacement we've been doing in operating. But with the life cycle of the equipment, the 10 years of that, the equipment's good for 10 years. Our thought was to move it out of operating, pull that out of operating and move it into capital, just like we do the tech rescue lines. Open to, if we want us to leave it in operating, we can, but it's another one of those 10-year life cycle plans that we replace that gear every 10 years. In that PV, one of the key things is cancer reduction and the actual requirement to move it out after 10 years or move it completely out.
What do you mean? What's the cancer?
So cancer. So one of the big challenges with gear in general right now is the PFAS that's in the gear.
Oh.
So part of that is that as we move things out, so let's just say that gear or that equipment has been exposed to X amount of carcinogen exposures when we go to a structure fire. And the more we maintain that lower level of risk without PFAS and cancer reduction is part of that compliance with the NFPA standard.
So the fire retardant capability.
Correct.
Has these chemicals that are a potential problem as they age or if they get exposed to certain conditions.
Correct. And PFAS in general, they're trying to eliminate PFAS on any of the equipment that we're wearing every day, but I don't think it's a
Yeah, so we have to look at that as we cycle the gear out to purchase PFAS-free equipment, which we did with our hoods the last time around. But as the products of combustion are carcinogenic as well. So like as we're exposed to that, we're washing it more frequently now that there's more science behind all that stuff. So there's a little more wear and tear on it, and there's a 10-year sort of hard fast replacement in the NFPA standards that we're governed under.
Fire headquarters sidewalk replacement. That was we moved that was not funded last year. We moved it forward again. This has been identified by the safety committee during our safety committee meetings. And I think I put pictures in the ClearGov, but if you looked at the conditions of the sidewalk, this is a sidewalk that we walk in and out of the firehouse for the staff every day. It's not in the front public facing piece, but it's in the rear where the firefighters come in and out every day. So it's an everyday sidewalk that gets walked on. Hoping, it's about $15,000. Engineering came out last year and basically took a look at everything and said, hey, what's, our square footage? Is there, I'm looking at any other funding opportunities for this. Is there other funding mechanisms? But for our purposes, we're going to move forward and identify in capital that it's really a safety related issue that the sidewalk needs to be replaced in that area outside the door. One of the key factors too with the breakdowns is the salts that we use for de-icing. So it's almost like a competing thing where we put the salt down to de-ice the sidewalks at the same time that salt continues to, so we're looking through it. We're working with Public Works. Last year, we're looking at switching to the liquid salt. So finding other ways as opposed to the granular salt, which will sit there, and using liquid salts or other, as technologies change, to look at other ways. So we're not heating up the sidewalks and at the same time then have to replace it.
Quick question from the new guy. We have another item for sidewalks, 75,000, I think, engineering, so they wouldn't cover your sidewalks?
It's not, I don't believe everything in their sidewalk projects is separate from ours, not on the.
It's roadways. Those are public sidewalks. We did.
That's the division. It's got, if it's a private piece of property, then.
We did have this conversation. I had a conversation with somebody who
It was me.
So, we have facility money. We have other funding mechanisms that we could use to cover this. The sidewalk money barely covers the repairs that we need on the public roadways. So, we prefer not to use that funding, but we do have other set aside money for facilities that we could potentially use to do this. That would entirely be up to you guys if you choose to have me do that.
Figure it out.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Fire headquarters outside door maintenance. This was also identified last year. It put some pictures in there of the exterior doors. The same problem that we're having with sidewalks is outside doors is the rust and the maintenance due to the salt that sits at the bottom of it. And they're starting to rust. And those doors are 23 years old. We have not done anything to those, the busier doors. So that kind of identifies those as how do I say this? So I call it refurbishment, not replacement, but two of the doors, we had another company come out this year and look at two of the doors who are more or less recommending replacement. And the front vestibule itself, which is the front door, has rust pockets that are starting on that front vestibule to actually eat away the door frame itself. So they're almost onto the, I call it the bones of the doors themselves as opposed to just the doors.
Did you get a cost on that replacement?
Still waiting. So the cost that was given to us last year from one of the vendors was about $15,000. And I say that's more paint and bondo, right? Like they're gonna kind of try and preserve it for another 5 years. Where the door, a true door replacement is gonna be definitely more expensive than that.
Yeah.
So we're in that like, hey, we need to do something phase. What can we get by for another couple of years with just some bondo or paint? You know, we're open to whatever direction we need to go based on it, but there's definitely some good rusting issues going on a few of the doors. So,
I guess a little conundrum, maybe you want the full replacement instead of the repair. I don't know. I mean,
Well, you don't want to
get
repair,
into the
you don't want to
details,
repair and then
but-
replace like 2 years later.
Yeah.
right.
And that's what's.
But I'd rather have accurate pricing. Like we didn't get that pricing back from
Absolutely.
you know, but it's potentially gonna be more than 15 for the replacement. I agree.
Right.
Maybe it's time we just need to replace it as opposed to repairing it temporarily and having to come back for more money. You know, I'd rather you spend the
Maybe if you
money.
get more info, you'll know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for quotes back from, because we asked for an updated quote from the last vendor from last year. And they were kind of like, maybe we're, I'm like, okay,
Sure
well,
you want it?
right. And so we had another vendor come in and look at that and say, yeah, you really need to replace these. And I'm like, they were kind of surprised that somebody gave us a quote last year for that amount of money. So that one's one of those, we're waiting for more information to give a better picture for what the needs are. Communications, I did mix, this is both communications and fire department all in one. Communications, we identified the EOC repeater for the cell phone replacement, that repeater, the existing repeater. And that basically takes any of the cell phones that we use in the emergency operations center and gets them out to the towers. That's $12,000 to replace that, and ensures reliable communication coverage at any large scale incident where we need to open the emergency operations center. EMS glide scopes, that's also moved forward from last year. The existing, how many do we have?
So we have 2 new ones.
Right, we
This
had to
will add-
replace
yeah,
those.
this will give us an additional 4. So all 4 ambulances, our rescue and our squad will have the latest in the glide scope technology. We use that for intubating patients. Before we had these, each paramedic during a cardiac arrest gets 2 attempts to establish an advanced airway. We were hitting about 55% of that. When we switched to the glide scopes, that percentage is up to 95%. And it's the same technology that they're using in the hospitals. So the older ones that we have right now, they're not supporting anymore. So we can't mix match blades with the camera system. So we're kind of being forced to.
And obsolescence.
Yeah,
It's just a
exactly.
better tool for.
Yeah,
incubation.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like a video camera where you can see,
Yeah.
it is a video camera,
Yeah.
you can see where the right spot to put the tube is.
Oh, okay.
Hospitals have like a little TV monitor that the wheel out. Ours are on the actual blade of the laryngoscope.
Next is hazardous material equipment. This is, we've been maintaining this line and the technical rescue line. And we've kept the numbers consistent to budget for the 10-year replacement of all hazmat, rope, confined space, anything with technical rescue that has a 10-year life cycle. So these 2 lines have maintained our technical rescue and hazardous materials equipment for about the last 7 years. How long have we been?
Yeah, I'd say 7 or so.
Probably 7 or 8 years. We've maintained all of our technical rescue equipment. So anything to do with dive, hazmat, rope, confined space, trench rescue, UAS or drone is also all maintained under those lines.
No indexing for inflation?
Well, so we've been able to manage it with some grant funding. Sometimes we can offset, so we haven't had to increase that. We'll have to look at as we progress, when those lines come up again in the future, we'll have to look at adding potentially like an index to that.
Okay.
And as of right now, like the regional, we always put in for the regional, like hazmat or Homeland Security grant program. The last 2 years, both of those programs have taken 10% decreases. This is the first year, as everybody's aware, in all of the grants that, we only did a 1-year performance period instead of 3-year. But as the grant cycles change or things change at the federal government, hopefully we'll be able to, the goal is to maintain no increase or being able to offset by regional or state grant funding for this type of equipment. We've been, like as Clint said, we've been pretty successful with grant, putting in for grant work for these types of things. But that's kind of ebb and flowing right now. 2028, stair chairs. So our stair chairs for ambulances, those are end of service life. Again, those are how old?
20 years old.
20 years old. So those chairs, you want to talk about those chairs? And what
Yeah,
they
stair
do?
chair is basically something we bring into a house to remove a patient from a second floor or from a first floor down into a basement. It's just basically a chair where 2 people can carry the person out. It's got a track system also that will slide down the stairs under the guidance of the EMTs and paramedics to get people in and out of the house. It's something that we use on every single medical that we go to for the most part.
That's 2, right?
Yeah,
2 of them.
2. Yep, and then the following year, another 2.
So it's just a different size and shape of a stretcher.
Yeah,
It's just-
it's literally looks like a chair with wheels on it and has a track system on the back of it that you can slide down.
And that goes right into the ambulance?
Yep.
You need 2 guys to bring them down the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's that transition like downstairs and down, things. And then the stretcher stays at the front door and then you move it to the front door.
Kind of work really well. Somebody's kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, structural gear, that's just carrying that forward. The communications tower sites, battery replacement, so that's 2028 will be 5 years into the batteries. Every 5 years, we replace the batteries which are backup if we ever lost power, and the conversion to generator that we can run. If we lost, it's a NFPA requirement, but if we lost the main power and the generator power, we can maintain our radio system for, I think, up to 5 or 6 hours on battery, and that's all sites in that. All right, this is the big one, the ladder truck. Okay. So the ladder truck's been in there as well. Right now we have it budgeted for 2.2 million. The existing ladder truck is a 2005. It's about it'll be 2021, 22 years old by 2028. The big thing about the ladder truck replacement is it's basically it's going to take 3 years like any engine. If we ordered it today, we would not see it for 3 years. All vendors, for the most part, engine or ladder trucks or any fire truck vendor is almost 24 to 36 months before, even if we ordered it today, we'd see it. It's in the process of getting work done to it now. The goal is if we line it up with, our goal would be if we're lining up with 28 or bonding, that we would get 5 more years out of the existing ladder truck. So that would take us to about 26 or 27 years on the existing ladder truck that we have. Because by the time we got to bonding and the time we had 3 years so that it got delivered, we're trying to buy about 5 more years and keep the existing truck with not having to dump a lot of money or put a lot of money into it, maintain its status and keep it operational for 5 more years.
What do we think the useful life is on a ladder truck?
A ladder truck is about 20 to 25 years. At 25 years, so there's 2 things that generate that. NFPA 1911, which is a state requirement and a regulatory requirement in the state, and then also ISO, City Insurance Services Office.
Again, the new guy, is there any kind of rebuild option on a fire truck, like an ambulance or something?
So there's always a refurbish option, which we actually just did with the squad. In the last year's capital budget, we had a refurbishment. Well, it was initially set up as a replacement, and it was for about 900,000. And even engines right now are about 1.1 million, and only each year escalating 5 to 7%. It's not a good scenario, and I think if no one's aware, it's also under federal, at the Senate and the House levels, they're doing hearings with 3 of the major fire truck manufacturers to look at what's driving these increased costs. So there it is at the congressional level of hearings why these vendors are charging so much, because there's a handful of vendors that have, basically grabbed the whole market.
Dominated market.
Yeah, so
There's actually 5. I thought there was 2.
there's Rev Group, Pierce, and I forget what the third is.
Oshkosh, whoever owns Oshkosh.
So there's those 3 right now, since September 11th, have been doing congressional hearings of, I don't want to say price gouging, but why is it taking so long to get trucks? And what is the driving cost of what maybe was 3 to 5% is now 5 to 7% year escalator. So like when we look at that and we look at what year we're going to replace a fire truck, we basically say, hey, if we do this today, it's going to be $1,039,000 for an engine. But if we wait 2 years based on the price escalator, we're looking at 1.178, and that will continue to go up in time from where we decide to do it. The other challenging piece is the delivery time. So 36 months. I mean, we can order it today, but we're not going to see it for 3 years. So how much money and what are we going to put in supply and services or repairs and, for that engine, and how long are we going to get there? I can tell you the challenges of replacement versus refurbishment. We just replaced, refurbished Squad 1, which the squad is it's right here. Squad 1 is 2013. So in 2013, we bought that engine new. It was up for full replacement in 2028. But we basically extended the life by 10 years. I say extended that, which means that it cost us about $500,000 as opposed to $900,000. So when you look at the return on investment, is it better investment if it's going to last 10 years? Then yes. The only downside of that refurbishment is we lost a replacement in the replacement cycle. So originally that refurbing that truck, we lost the replacement on engine 154, which is a 1999. So now you're looking at the North Guilford Fire Station when I say North Guilford, the primary fire response is a 1999 fire apparatus, which is almost going to hit beyond 25 to 30 years. So the challenges of that are now, that's the next up truck that never got replaced. And and you're not going to refurbish a 1999. You need to replace a 1999 engine. So trying to balance that, are we better off refurbing or replacing? Our recommendation based on where we're at today is going to be absolutely replacing that 1999. And then with the ladder truck is going to be replacing the 2005 ladder truck. I believe Branford, how many trucks did Branford put in buying? And not to compare town to
Truck
town,
and 2 engines.
but I think they did a truck and 2 engines. So
And one bond.
Yeah.
yeah. So I think in the bonding or, the long-term 5-year plan, we're going to have to find a way to make what's best of these large capital items fit in the box of.
And keep in mind, we have to authorize the bond before we can issue a purchase order. So, if we're gonna place that order today, we have to authorize that money, even if we're not gonna spend it 3 or 4 years or however it be,
Yeah, you
So
might not
just-
spend it, so you won't
Right,
spend it.
but we have to authorize the money at the time we make the purchase, or else Darlene can't issue a purchase order. So just have to keep that in mind as we're working through the process.
That was fun.
No, it wasn't fun.
It's in my imagination, like 7 years ago, this would have been $1 million purchase.
The
Yeah.
post-COVID, the escalators on all of these large vehicle purchases has gotten astronomically worse, and I feel that with the congressional pressure that they're trying to push back the delivery times, but I don't foresee it getting better within a couple of years. It's not like, oh, we waited last year, the prices are going to go down. I don't think the prices are going down. It's just a matter of how much they're going up and how they can move the delivery times from 36 months back to 24 months, or only having to wait 2 years for something.
All right, once the fire gets set up running, there'll be another manufacturer. I presume that there are only 2 or 3 big suppliers because regulations, and it's no easier on them than.
They've been a lot
They're
of
really
the
just gouging.
just like everything else, larger groups like Rev Group have started to buy. They have bought up a lot of smaller companies, and now they own the market. And that's some of the challenges of, there's a handful of larger scale groups that own the market for fire trucks. And I think that's probably why they're in the congressional hearings.
Yeah.
I mean,
We should, so between those.
we should.
Yeah.
Good time to get the business.
Probably easier said than done.
Yes.
I'd say so.
You move them into the safety zone, the manufacturer. Facility for fire. Win-win-win. Don't think that's allowed use.
The aquifer.
What could go wrong?
Okay, so I'll move past ladder. The ambulance remount, is also in there. It started last year, 26. So that's, remounting instead of buying a new ambulance, that starts that 10-year, every other year to remount on the ambulance. And so we started the, recycle of remounts last year. And we are most likely going to see that chassis and remount happen in 2027. So it's still going to be another year before we see the remount. We will see the new ambulance first. And then that's the last new ambulance that got the new ambulance side in the box replaced after 30 years on the actual boxes. So.
But again, that remount matches our bonding cycle.
Correct,
So
correct.
every 2 years, we bond for that remount. It fits in our cycle, regardless of when the product actually.
And that's been
That's it.
successful of the boxes are cycled through every 30 years. The chassis are cycled through, I believe, every 10. And the way it cycles through there. So the chassis is what puts the miles, it has the motor, the box itself, the integrity of the box, when it goes back to get refurbed, gets cleaned up, painted, and the updated outfit of the lights and equipment inside. As opposed to buying a whole new ambulance every single time. It's been money savings. I'll go into 29. We have Zodiac replacement. So the Zodiac is the small boat. Is say at this 10-year mark for replacement for motor and boat at 60,000. And that most likely can be flexible, but that'll hit its end of service life mark. Doesn't mean that's at the end of that time period. It's it. So we have.
Did you say it's 10 years old?
I believe it's 10, maybe even, I'm pretty sure it's 10. I go get it. But
Okay.
it's the small boat. It's like for the big boat, obviously goes, not say further out, it's 30 feet. The small boat, the little 16-foot Zodiac gets used not just for Long Island Sound, but gets lakes, rivers, shallow water response. So like if we had flooding in any of the low-lying flooding areas, that's the boat that would come in and pull people out of a house or anything like that, or go to Lake Quanapag or any other body of water that we have inland as opposed to anything that's out on the ocean.
Okay. If you had like a man overboard, would you go out in the sound and rescue them too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We get called, not say often, but often.
Why not in your spare time? Just pick them up.
Well, we do regional response too.
We do.
That's we're regional, we are the regional response for this area.
Yes, yeah. The water is definitely another place where we do go.
Good.
Wow. Knox boxes are in 29, so the Knox box replacement, this is our, was it second or third year on FP&S for that?
Yeah, so we've applied for grant funding for that, and the priorities of that program have shifted a little bit away from this project. We'd still technically eligible, so we keep applying every year, but we have a pending application right now, but that stuff is all shut down, obviously, so we haven't heard. And this is so the Knox box is like at a business, we have the key to the city, as they call it, right? So we can open the box, get the keys out. We don't have to force entry into the businesses, or people's homes have them as well. But this is to replace the system that locks the key in our truck. So it's a secure system that locks the key in the truck so that I can't take it home, things like that. And it has a cloud-based management system, and we can see who accessed the key, when they put it back, all that kind of stuff. The system, same thing. The system right now is end of service life. So
We're trying, same thing with everything, trying to get grants first, or if we can offset it by federal grant money and, keep applying through the feds and hopefully be able to eliminate that or only pay 10% of that total amount. Defibrillators. Okay, so defibrillators 29. So you want to talk about the defibrillators or the
Yeah, sure.
or I say defibrillators, but the monitors. The monitors are
So our LifePak 15s are the monitors that we use on every medical call. We have 6 of them throughout town. 6 years ago, we purchased them and we were doing a yearly payment, I think of $30,000 to $32,000. Again, they stop supporting the product after 8 years. So I think that's what we put it in.
29.
2029 is to start looking at replacing them with the latest version that the Life Pack, or Striker puts out. So, and again, we've tried to phase that in over the course of 5 years of doing payments once, every 5 years for them. And do we have a price on it?
I think it's
Yeah,
$60,000.
$60,000. You can see everything has gotten quite a bit more expensive.
Then the last, so in 30, the other big piece is the replacement engine for 1.5 in 2030. But I'd say we put it in 2030, but I would look at, we have the 99 up north at some point. Wherever we can fit that in capital between the ladder and an engine, that's our largest problems on the large vehicle side of things in terms of replacement.
And authorization doesn't mean we spend the money, so
Right.
to look at all of those projects.
Other than that, I think that's it. And then if anyone has questions.
Yeah, thorough, detail, helpful.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See what I'm doing with this budget transfers?
Yeah. I did.
Did you answer me?
Yeah, I did. I did. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Hi. Coffee's done.
Thank you.
Coffee, if anybody wants it.
Lee, Todd, and Steve now.
Hello, everyone.
What do you got for us?
All right, this is what we have. This is for town properties. So first on the list is social services, the trim and exterior painting. And we're looking for 2027 for $15,000. Next is outdoor education, remediation and abatement. We have some issues up there.
Wait, where is that?
It's the second line, it's over in 2030. Oh, or the,
It's only
sorry.
730 County Road,
730 County Road, yeah.
Outdoor Education Center.
Okay.
Okay, and that's earmarked for 2030 for $25,000 that's a placeholder. Next, wanted to talk about a work van. So our current van is 2017. And the vehicle does work, but we're starting to see some issues with some electrical. So
It's 11.
yeah. So we've been taking it to Public Works. They've been fixing it. So Dave Castro is keeping his eyes out for possible,
So this is a
An auction item.
placeholder. If you can find another one on the state,
Off the state list.
we'll grab that, but we just wanted to have a placeholder because it's our older vehicle that's, basically got an inside. So for moving, voting equipment and stuff, it's preferred to keep it inside instead of the back of an open truck.
Yeah.
Sorry, you got a question?
Yes.
State list is they offer used equipment and they get rid of it?
Dave Castro, who formerly worked for DOT, still got some pretty good contacts there, is able to buy some.
Might be able to get a deal.
Actually got a couple.
We've got a couple cars and we've got an F-150 for Todd. It's in great shape.
Right.
They gave it to us.
Oh, well,
that's the right
That's a bad price.
So we are trying for that, but just in case that doesn't pan out,
All right.
just figured we put something in here.
So next on our list is town hall renovations. So we have reached out to one of our on-call engineers, architects for a needs assessment, and that came in at $42,000. And so that would be looking at this facility from the roof all the way down to the basement.
So this sheet says 30, so that's just been updated.
That might be for the town hall north.
Oh, Town Hall North,
Town hall.
excuse me, sorry.
So we have the town hall renovation, yep, that's at 42,000. And then next, yes. yes.
I'll just speak up. I was having dinner in Clinton and a Guilford constituent came up to me and complained about the carpet in the town hall and tripping and I said, well, we're aware of the carpet. There's a lot of issues around that. But anyway, I just report that.
This is a step towards curing that.
Yes.
If we tear up the carpet and 2 tiles come loose,
we're shutting the whole town hall down.
Right.
Everybody's got to move out.
Right.
So all asbestos everywhere. So that's why we have not upgraded or anything to the.
No, I knew about that. I just didn't get into.
No, most people don't. So that, this is a step moving towards that, is doing a needs assessment to find out, you know, how big the offices need to be, who needs to be where. I think we're having a meeting next week.
We are with another engineering.
With
firm.
another
The-
firm. It's just the starting steps on figuring out where we're gonna go.
One of the challenges here is more than just the remediations, it's how do we stage it, how do we do it?
Right.
Because we have a single air handling system here, so we can't do this section by section. Because you're gonna be bringing potentially,
Contaminants throughout.
contaminants in and distributing through the rest of the system, as you do the remediation. So, we got some challenges, but got to address it.
So this is prehistoric, yeah? So next is Social Services Department, food bank siding replacement. So for next year, we have $12,000 earmarked for that. And that money would just be for the materials. So we had some success this summer where we replaced one side of the building with our own crew. Came out really nice, changed the door out. So that's the 12,000 is really just for cost of the materials.
Continuing on.
Yep.
The project.
How bad is that? That pretty urgent or?
Siding shot.
Siding.
It's terrible for many
Yeah.
years.
The siding, yeah.
You know, there was talk of moving them out of there, but I think they're still pretty content with where they are, so we might as well maintain the building.
So next on the list is Town Hall North. That's also a needs assessment. And we had talked about adding Town Hall North and South onto that needs assessment. As everyone aware, with the transition from the Board of Ed to the town, engineering's over there, economic development.
That's the building on New England Road?
No, this is the one right down.
Oh, the
front.
Lakefront,
Right by the
yeah.
library. Yep. And so this summer we did a lot of renovation in there, but there is some additional work that's needed. And so we wanted to combine south and north, take a look, look at the different departments and what kind of space they need. So instead of 30, that possibly might be about 50. We haven't gotten to the fine details of that quote, but wanted to put that as a placeholder.
Remind me what got moved to north again? The department?
The engineer department and economic development.
Okay. Thank you.
We opened it up about a month ago. So far, those two departments have moved in, and we're waiting to see where it goes from here.
The new, Town Hall North is the left.
Lathrop, correct.
Okay.
Yep. We renamed it just so it coincides with the rest of the town halls.
Not to be too fussy, I'm sorry, just something just caught my eye, back to social services delivery. Cedar Clabber, they look at anything else, it's a little less expensive.
I went with the white cedar, which is way cheaper.
Yeah.
And it's sealed, but due to historic, it's gotta say remain the same.
Never mind,
material.
Say no more.
That's still in the Historic District Commission that does?
Is that right next door to the Henry,
Across the street.
Right next to the daycare. Right next
yeah,
to
been
the
there a couple of times, just want to make sure if there's a right place, okay?
So
Sorry.
good. And then Town Hall South.
Are we changing that 30,000 to north and south at 50? Is that
Well,
what we're changing?
That was the thing, because one might have to do with the other. If we move other departments, it might make more sense to do a broader research.
Just confirming.
So then in addition to that, we have the Town Hall South. We've talked about, that building does not have a generator. So we've talked about adding a generator for that facility. We have that fiscal year 2028 as a placeholder for 125,000. We're still trying to get some better numbers at that. But one of the challenges is where to place the generator. Because we're a little bit challenged with the location and
Do you have to coordinate with the bank?
No, we wouldn't have to coordinate with the bank. It just couldn't be near the property line. So it's probably gonna end up taking 1 or 2 car spaces, which unfortunately we would lose, but you can't put it on the roof.
I was gonna ask that.
The building is so close to the property line, we can't stick it, behind. So there is no other place to go other than out in the parking lot and, put
Can't put
conduits
it on
in.
the roof?
No, I think it's still too close to the property line that they'd hear it and it's hard to work on.
The property line meaning the sidewalk.
No, the side where the bank owns.
Oh, well, near the back.
We literally own maybe 6 feet there to the tree line
Couldn't
Gotcha.
you put it on the other side?
on the sidewalk next to the road.
What's left over there? We
The,
talked
the,
about
the bank had a real problem with that when they wanted to get a generator and they put it right next to the driveway when you come in and they put a little,
Natural
either,
resources.
greenery or a fence.
Right.
And
But they also work to deal with the church. The church is hooked up to that same generator. That's how
So-
they're able to put it on the property line.
Okay.
So there's still some more work that needs to be done with that.
It's more a zoning thing.
And there are generators in obviously here.
Correct.
Most of the other buildings do have them.
The bigger ones, the library is one of the bigger ones that does not.
Library does not.
And Lathrop House does in Town Hall South,
Community center.
like social
Community center
services,
does, yeah.
youth and family do not.
Quite honestly, I would suggest that the library probably falls in line before Town Hall South for a generator.
I think so.
I don't know, we've talked about this.
No, that's a nightmare to put a generator in that building. There's so many different panels.
The
Library is.
Yeah.
See, the reason the library.
If we had a,
Could be like, the library could do almost like Park and Rec, providing Wi-Fi, water, heat, during.
It's a little bit.
Could be a shelter.
It doesn't have a shower, but it has everything else that people need. So I've been arguing that for 20 years, but
Yeah, I was just gonna comment that, if we had an emergency, would people really be doing business at the building department and the health department if everyone's has no power? Well, try to keep, like town hall going when you lose power, so why wouldn't you try to keep
I think
the other services over there? But
those departments, now that there are less of them, could they make use of other space? I mean, you've got some redundancy by just having the different locations, and many of them do have generators, so something to think about.
It is something to think about. And now with the amount of remote capability we have, people can, grab their laptops and work somewhere else. Might not be able to get access to the plotters and the big net, but
So then, so next on the list is we have new electric panels on the town green. That's for fiscal year 2028. And what that is so our panels, how long have they been out there, the boxes?
Is that
You like the Christmas tree?
Right, yep. So there's a box by the Christmas tree and then there's a box on the other side by St. George Church. And so the thought with this is, as we all know, there's a lot of events on green. So the thought is to have basically an area with 2 boxes. So the town properties would open one side and the other side would be for like a.
each box would have 2 panels. There'd be like a landlord panel, which only we would have access to, which would contain all the post lights, and whatever lighting out on the green, because a lot of the problem is these contractors come in, tie into our panel and change everything around, and then we gotta come back through and, fill in holes and make it all back to code. So my thought would be if we put a box out there, had like a landlord panel and then like a tenant panel, they could tie into the tenant panel without affecting my stuff that has to work every day. So if we did one on this side to replace the existing one for the Christmas tree, I would also put one on the other side to try to open up that side. Because right now, not too many people use that side because there's only one duplex outlet, so it would open it up for more use.
If people reserve an event on the green, can they use the electricity?
Yes.
Sure, yep.
The concerts.
It's always on.
All right, and
So a good example was like the Park and Rec event, or pub, the strings and.
Wings and
waves.
strings.
There was a lot of activity around that electric panel. Event.
Were there conversations with the green committee or regarding this? Or
Green Committee's advisory, we would alert them to the fact that that's what we'd like to do and ask for.
Yeah,
ask for their.
I'm just wondering what that,
Not really changing anything.
no,
It's just updating.
well, I'm just thinking it's providing more opportunity for people and then it becomes, okay, then there's more use and then. So it's kind of a trickle effect, but no, this is more of a functional issue than,
Yes.
yeah,
Correct, yep.
you got it.
We want that electric bull to work when we have the weights and strengths. If that goes down, we're stuck.
Pretty much.
You can tell I'm getting, see, this is gonna get worse now. I'll try. I'm trying not to.
So the next on the list is the food bank roof replacement. That's for $15,000. Pretty straightforward.
Again, if we're doing the siding, we might as well do the roof. The roof has probably 2 or 3 layers on it, so it would all need to be stripped and redone.
That seems pretty low. Is that just material too?
It's a small roof.
Small roof, that would have a contractor come in and do that.
That would be,
That would
include
be,
labor too?
Yes.
yeah, that's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah. And we have full complement of people that we can call and get competitive bids, so. Next on the list is Town Hall North HVAC upgrades, boiler and air conditioning upgrades, and then Mary Jane, we'd also like to add engineering design on that.
Which was probably 30.
So we're thinking that total for fiscal year 2028 would be 160,000.
160 for that.
Yes. And so we have we do have a quote from our local HVAC contractor because the work came at around $120,000. And that's for new boilers.
Again, this would be converting to gas to be more efficient. It would be my Lochinvar boilers, which I put in all my buildings I'm very happy with. And this would be putting in central air, which that building does not have. Right now, they use all window air conditioners.
You know how old the boiler is?
They're probably 1980, late 80s.
So you said 19, so that gives it away right there.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
no, they're old.
So these boilers are about 70% efficient. The new boilers with the gas are 95% efficient. And then we would also use those boilers to heat the hot water.
Domestic hot water.
So you have an old water heater that's sucking up energy.
Is there a line to the building or?
There's not gas now. The Board of Ed just moved in. They're still using oil.
When the library renovated, they added a gas line. The library didn't have gas. We moved to gas and they put a gas line across Broad Street. So it's close.
Right.
It's very close. And then this end of Park Street. gas
The town hall has it.
Yeah.
And so the last item on the list is Townhouse South parking lot repaving and repairs. And this is pushed out to 2029 for around $90,000.
That was something from years ago, if
Yeah,
we
I
end
feel like
up-
that's been kicking around for a long time.
Well, again, if you go through and put a generator over there and dig up, you're gonna wanna pave afterwards. If you're going through and remodeling the town hall, you're gonna have to redo the sidewalks, which I think you talked about with Janice.
Yes.
I mean, it would change the whole entry of this building, so you would have to repave the parking lots. So whether or not you make that part of the whole project, or for now, I'm just keeping it as a placeholder.
Just a comment on top of your comment, then should maybe Janice wait to see if something like this would resolve her issue with ADA? Kind of,
It could, because my opinion is it makes more sense to do it all as one project, but, you can't just redo the sidewalk, because once you touch the stairs, then the stairs have to come up to code. To tear those stairs off, you're hitting sprinklers, you're hitting heat detectors, you're hitting electricity. So it turns into a much larger item. I don't think it's part of the sidewalk repair. They're gonna want to get into all of that.
okay.
So that's what's on our list is, any questions?
I think we asked them as we went.
Well done, good job.
All right.
A lot of balls in the air, guys.
Lots of them.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone wake Dave up out there? Ouch.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi.
Morning.
Morning.
Hey,
Just
barely.
Got a minute.
We're close, 10:30. All right.
I tried.
A lot of this up this end.
All right, but, we, start on, 2027, then determine whether we're gonna go to 28 or start right away.
Okay, so for 2027, we put in our usual for the various drainage projects, throughout town. Yeah, we allocated 35,000 for that. That's for the piping and, catch basins that was put out, throughout town. Currently, the price of the catch basin right now is $550 a pop, so. Yeah, they're expensive. The next thing on the list for 2027 is the replacement of our, Hobart welder. That's the brand, is Hobart. The welder's 35, 40 years old. It's time to get replaced. Another thing we got our money's worth out of. So the $9,813 would reflect replacement of that welder for Main Oxy, which is on state contract. The next one is we could take that one off. That was U-52. We replaced that vehicle with a free vehicle that I had
Amazing.
donated to us from the state, one of the 3 vehicles that we had donated to us, so we could take that right off. The next one, which is actually interesting. So we received our Vector and the hook truck is now not needed. But we do have projected out trucks that we need to replace. So I reached out to a vendor to see what we could do, because the truck is in excellent shape. So instead of spending $350,000 for a truck, we could spend $115,000 and have it converted to a hook truck, which would fit all the attachments we currently have for our other hook truck. And we can use it for plowing, sanding, and everyday work. So to change that truck over to a hook truck would replace one of these, either GU 21 or 22 for a fraction of half the cost.
Third of the cost.
Yeah, third of the cost, so.
So when you say conversion of truck 19, you're actually physically making changes, you're buying a different vehicle in lieu of the one that you had planned?
No, so what happens is, they're gonna take that truck, the cabin chassis and everything, is motor, everything's sound in that truck.
Okay.
So they're just gonna rip the back of it off, which is the hook implements, and put on, or the clam implements, put on an actual hook. And we already have the attachments from the other truck. We would just need a sander for that truck and that's it.
Wow.
What year is that truck coming?
That was just say, so that actually is a duplication of one of these $355,000 trucks?
It would replace one of those.
Right, so if we did 115, we take off one of the 355s.
Correct. The truck 19, I don't have the year on me for that truck, but we went through that. Just my mechanic.
Just wondering how long the life it's got left if you convert it.
Oh, as a hook truck, you probably got a good 15 years.
Yeah,
on
because that truck, we never used it as a plow truck. So it was.
Doesn't get beat up.
It didn't get beat up. No, it was
Yeah.
only used to clean catch basins.
Yeah, so it's in really good shape.
Yeah.
So, and we had the vendor look at the frame, everything on it, and he said this truck will last you a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Excellent. All right, and then 28 is pretty self-evident.
Correct. So in 28, the drainage again, the Bobcat skid steer, that's up for replacement in 28. GU 57 and 64, those are 2 of our mowers that are going to be up for replacement. And then the replacement, we have 2 chippers. Our older chipper is up for replacement. That we would be looking to replace.
Everything you're looking to replace is what, older than 20 years?
So the trucks on replacement plan is 15 because they get beat
15
up.
you do?
The issue is these trucks that we're looking to replace have steel bodies. They don't have the stainless bodies. So they're really weathered, and starting to show in all the maintenance that we're putting into them. We'll put a substantial amount of maintenance into these trucks now to keep them going. They're starting to pit on the side. They're starting to get little holes in the body itself.
Yeah.
So we're
Sounds
trying
like
to.
my truck.
So we're trying to get rid of them before we get to the point where we can't recoup anything on the auction or in trade for these trucks. We're right at that point where it's, that's what we're looking at with those.
Okay, but everything's 15 or more years old.
Correct.
All right.
Oh, and obviously the replacement would be stainless steel.
Yes.
Yes.
The whole idea with
That's recycled. Yeah.
right, and then we just reuse the bodies, the stainless steel bodies in the next round, 15, 20 years down the road.
Just a quick question in terms of usable life on some of these Bobcats, skid steer, how long would you anticipate that the life cycle is?
That should last us, the Bobcat should last us 15 to 20 years.
And then let's go down, the mowers, GU 57 and 64.
Those should last us, because we're going to a framed chassis, we should get 15 to 20 years out of those mowers easily.
And then the chipper also.
The chipper, we're looking at a 20 to 25 year life cycle.
Good. So the reason I'm asking that question is 2028 will be the year we can bond it. And you've just described the appropriate purchases under bonding since we're going to pay for it over 20 years. However, that if we were to do that, your operating capital budget next year would drop down to $35,000. So that'd be a decision we make next year in terms of, how much of it do we move off the bonding versus how much do we keep in the operating capital? So, and I'm also going to say you're at 160. I think you're probably below what we gave you for operating capital for the current fiscal year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
The departments,
I'm just thinking.
the departments do this depending on their needs, right?
Okay, right. But with doesn't make any sense to move anything, even the Hook Lift truck, which you said is going to give us another 15 years. We should keep that in operating capital, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. We have the flexibility.
When you look at numbers, you might change your mind.
I think since you've been making these presentations, is this your fourth time? Yeah, I think you've been doing such a good job of getting things out. This is a smaller ask, I think, than the last couple of years. Is that correct?
That's
Yes,
good.
it is. So it's just kidding.
Keep up the good work. Thank you. We're trying to I had Dominic go through all of our vehicles now. Instead of idling, they shut off after 5 minutes regardless. So we've seen a decrease in fuel consumption over the last month of 100 gallons.
But
Not to mention the point that the police made earlier today, that an idling engine is still wear and tear on that.
Absolutely.
Actually, that's the worst wear and tear on an engine is idling.
Yeah.
I got a question, I think, for Mary Jane. Is the threshold 20 years for to bond something?
And 10 is the minimum. 10 is the minimum. So when we go out to bond, say we do our $5 million bond, one of the questions that I'm asked is what the useful life of what we're purchasing. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 15, sometimes it's 20, and the bonds are scheduled within those time periods. So if you have a 10-year life of a vehicle, that bond for that portion of that vehicle will be for 10 years.
Okay,
So 10 is the
so
minimum.
if the useful life's a little lower, you want to move towards operating capital?
Yeah, we typically don't bond for anything less than 10.
Okay,
and then there's a dollar threshold too that we typically.
Yeah. Anything over 100,000, we typically don't bond less than $100,000 item, whether it's.
oh, okay, right.
I mean, it's just what we've done. There's nothing fast and furious that, in writing that says you have to do it that way, but that's kind of how we've been looking at it. And the selectmen have tried to keep a specific amount in the operating capital. So all those things come into play once we start looking at the budget moving
It just
forward.
keeps from sludging up the bond load that we're carrying.
Mhm.
If you start putting a million little things on.
We keep it in operating capital, then we don't have the interest expense, right? So,
It's also more immediately transparent, a lot of folks.
All depends on the bottom line.
Yeah.
Anything further? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
What's the snow forecast?
None. Winter's canceled.
Good answer.
Winter's canceled.
All right, Park and Rec is coming up. Everybody got their coffee, got their.
Maybe a donut.
Are you ready for us?
You have a couple things. Did I say couple pages? For you, a couple pages.
Just, I'm gonna say the same thing Lou said before. I have pretty much a hard stop at 12:30. I'm gonna be a
12:30.
little before to get to my office.
So no pressure, but
But
Don't take it
no, don't take it personally, but I'm gonna try to join. I'm gonna try to get the link. To join in by Zoom.
Okay.
So,
Karen, can you mail the link in the meeting?
or Karen, well, I was gonna say Karen's probably listening to this, or maybe not, or even Brendan.
there's only 2 items left at the.
Oh, is there? Well, still,
Oh, yeah, but you're gonna miss most of this.
yeah, there's a lot here, so if I leave in the middle, don't
I won't
take
cry.
offense. Okay,
I
thank you.
put them last.
So I don't know, I mean, I have a 5-year plan on Parks and Rec. I don't know.
Well, you have extras then?
Yeah, I'm.
If you have an extra, I wouldn't mind taking it.
Oh.
And
And earlier today, Darlene gave you something else for Park and Rec. The other,
We have this.
You got, I was gonna hand that out, but you have it.
yep, that one we already have.
Okay. You're welcome. That's just kind of what I like about this spreadsheet is that it goes by facility and park.
Yeah.
So you can see in the previous year versus this year, yep.
Thank you.
And it shows what we spent at each.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come up.
And as you can see in the summary,
These guys.
broken it down into, because there are a lot of requests. But you can see it as, the top 3 into the mid-level requests, which I don't need to handle that out, but I will hand this out as well when we get to the proposal of the solar roof, which I thought, to be honest with you, would come out even.
Thank you.
It's definitely a savings, sorry. It's definitely a savings in the solar, but it was definitely a new research for me, looking into this type of savings.
thank you.
You're welcome. I bet you financial guys will look at these numbers and see them a lot clearer than I. So if we start with the first,
Pam, do you have these items loaded into ClearGov?
no, because they're brand, I just got.
Oh, okay, anything, yeah, you can even just email.
Okay, I will. I'll do that. So the very first on our priority list is the repair of the splash pad. We have a break in the line that's happened 2 times in the last 2 years. And the proposal is to remove a portion of the control panel where the break is and put in a 4 to 6 foot flexible pipe that will help this from breaking again. We going to be fixing it it's out of commission right now. We don't need it right now, but we decided we'd go ahead and fix it for the 1800. But anticipation of that not lasting, just like the first one didn't last. This is the more permanent fix, is the first request. And that is for 12,250. Do you have that yet? Should I just move along and then we'll stop if you have questions?
There's no manufacturer's recourse on that or anything?
No, we reached out to the manufacturer that installed it. Unfortunately, I think it's just over time, it's settling, a lot of water's going through there. It's also, down on the beach, so a lot of the subsurface might be sandy. But basically what's happening is that it's just sinking a little bit and the main line is basically getting pressure on, the threads. So it broke once before. We had Canestri come in and fix it. It broke this year again, and we brought 2 people who specialize in splash pads and pools. And they said that they anticipate it's probably going to continue to get lower. So if they can patch it, but they said could be a year, could be 3 years, but it's going to happen again.
So the kids hit the button and the water jacks, it pressures the system.
Yeah, the other portion to it too is because it's going on and off and it has so much pressure going through it.
Right.
It's got a lot of water hammer, so it's on, off, on, off, on. So that's jostling the main line.
Right.
And basically there's some fittings in there that are PVC. And basically both breaks were on like the weak point of the PVC. But they think it's a mixture between the two. So, yeah, yeah. And it's very hard to access, to fix. There's only about a foot of pipe that you can see to fix. We've already fixed it twice. So basically this is expensive because we're gonna be cutting into the floor of the pad and going down to that and being able to access a 4 or 6 foot piece of pipe for now and in the future. Because when we finish it, we're gonna put a cap on the top so that we can always go in there if we ever have future problems. They don't anticipate any problems after putting the flex pipe in, but they can't get anything under, I think it was 4 feet. And there's just not enough room to be able to install that 4 foot pipe without doing the cutting. So it's unfortunate, because it's, but something I think gets a lot of use, and it's important to make sure that it's online when we need it.
It's popular.
Oh, yeah.
It's very popular.
It came at a good time, this second break, because it was the end of September.
During our drought.
Yeah. So the second is the submersible pump upgrade. This would be replacing a 30-year-old system at Bittner Park. Basically, lowering operating costs, modernizing the system, and extended life expectancy of it. That's for $33,000. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I mean, it's been in stages over the years. Soccer and softball are both irrigated up there, and we feed that irrigation system off the river. So it does get a lot of soot in the chamber. So we need to replace the pump regardless. We thought if we're gonna replace the pump, we should probably update the system to a VFD. So that's why we're asking for that.
And then the solar roof. So I thought it was worth looking into. There's definitely a savings. If you turn to the grid on the second page. And it was really hard to get in touch with the solar company. So he really did take it very quickly with me. This is a very conservative grid, but we can see at the return on investment would be about 10 years. The net investment, let's start with first. The quote was $221,000, but you get a direct payback for nonprofits and municipalities. So they would pay back about 88,500. So the net investment would be 132,750. And then, of course, through the savings through 20 years, it would be approximately 271. It looks like it's about 10,000, 11, 12 through the years each month. I'm not really up to speed on all solar. However, I do think it's a sustainable way.
I'm really pleased with this. I had not gotten around to talking to you. I've already had some conversations with Mike. Show up now that they've completed the addition on their building about solar. You may or may not be aware that several years ago, almost 8 years ago, we entered into an energy performance contract, which did exactly this kind of analysis.
Okay.
The difference was that the project costs, the upfront costs, were funded through a 20-year note, and same kind of analysis in terms of energy savings. We were able to take advantage of what the Z-Rex and of is that what it was?
Tax credits.
Which, yeah. And there's a tax credit listed on this, that ITC column. ITC tax credit is some kind of replacement for the Z-Rex, I'm pretty sure. So I've already engaged Titan Energy. We haven't set up a meeting yet, but we've already started talking to them about doing solar panels on at the fire department. So we'll add this to the list.
Okay.
That was going to be, they're going to come out and do an evaluation of all
Great.
of our facilities, see what's left. Public Works is a big building. We're not going to put anything on at this point. We're going to move them. Town Hall, we're not going to do anything if we're going to do renovations here. So we will take a look at
Okay,
it.
great.
I applaud you for actually doing this. There'll be someone counting us to scale who are able to do a couple of projects at the same time. So.
Perfect.
I have a question about the electric. I see that this grid on the second page is kind of showing us that the payback period is 12 years.
Yep.
Is the system warranted 12 years, or is there a possibility we might have to fix some things and, Keep it
I
running.
don't know that.
okay?
I don't know that. As of, I literally got my information this morning
Oh, okay,
from
no
this
problem.
grid, so,
And then- There's one other big item that I would be concerned about is, once the system's installed, how difficult is it to replace the roof?
mhm.
So sometimes the timing of this would be when you're gonna replace the roof, then you start fresh with the solar, no?
Our roof is fairly new,
Yep, it's, what's, 3 years old?
so,
I think so.
yeah,
So,
so I think we're okay with that.
and it's structurally sound. I believe we had that analysis done with, Johnson Controls and that analysis. It was structurally sound, but because of the useful life left on the roof, we decided not to do that. So,
He did mention to me today too, like with the maintenance column, he said that's really optional. It's not as if that's an every month fee, but it's worth noting that some maintenance has to go, is involved.
yeah, and I'd be curious to pull the curtain back on this. What are they assuming for energy costs, energy savings over time? What they're not going down, but so what are the assumptions relative to the increase in cost?
I can get
Because
more of that
yeah,
to you. And then we talked about, the supply on our bill. He took our bill, which this particular bill I gave him was about 3,700 for the month. But in air conditioned seasons, we're looking at $5,000-6,000. So it just makes sense to me to go off the
Yeah,
grid if we can.
they'll tighten energy and we give these guys an opportunity to compete
Yeah.
as well. But one of the things I want to take a look at is some of the funding out.
Okay.
So there's nothing out of pocket for it.
Moving on to kind of a mid-layer, we have a shelter at Bittner Pickleball that we would like to install. Currently, there's a portable tent there that it's ripping in multiple places. It definitely needs to be replaced with something more permanent and well-built. Tony and I were also looking at dugouts at Bittner Park, and just so happened that it's the same
But the same length and
Footprint.
width and everything, yeah.
that can be installed at the pickleball courts. And I attached a picture of that dugout shelter, if you will, on ClearGov for you. So that was another. That was the 25,000. And then here's the big one, and I know this has come up in the past, and I know there's a lot of different variables here. However, the reason that you don't see our master park plan that we put in the capital budget last year is because our Parks and Recreation Commission felt very strongly that they'd prefer to use that type of money to give back to the park crew. Because our park crew is, even though the town invested in a yearly agreement on the trailer, I think in the beginning, it had some, it was successful in some ways, gave Tony an office, it gave the guys a bathroom, but the size of it for 10 big guys to huddle in the trailer just isn't conducive. So they huddle where they have been in the past in the dirty garage bay. So and being a new employee last year, coming and seeing the space that they currently are working in at 50 Driveway, it just made sense that we've spent 100,000 on the trailer already. And it's not ours. The building is ours currently. The space upstairs is roomy and certainly would allow the guys a decent place to have a break room and an office for Tony. So we did look into it more. I do understand that years ago when they looked at it, it was a cost of about 250 to 300,000 to rehab that for this case. I've gotten that down. We don't need a Taj Mahal. We need bare bones. We need to have a larger space. We need to put a mini split in. I broke it down to actually 77,000, but the reason I requested Mary Jane to change it to 90 was because I still would have to work out some ADA things. So it's something worth, I think, the board looking at, because you're the only people that are looking at the future of some of these projects and how fast or how slow they'll move. And in the meantime, how much more do we continue to spend on the trailer? And quite honestly, it's not conducive for all the guys. 50 Driveway would be, and I think we could get them in there
for less than 90.
Yeah, there are, I don't know whether you've had a chance to talk to Steve Nydorf on this at all, but there are some challenges, health codes. In order to do what you're looking to do here, that was what was driving the cost of the 200.
Well, I met with the building official, I met with fire marshal. So one of the driving factors of the cost being so expensive, from what I understand, was a fire suppression system, which we don't need if the guys sleep at the community center, which they would anyway right now. So if there was an emergency, that's where they're sleeping. The only reason we need a fire suppression is if they were using that building to sleep overnight. So fire marshal took that right away. That went from whatever $100,000 down to 10,000 for a fire alarm. So broke that down into, a mini split, electrician costs, heating the second floor, heating the first floor, a deck and door to the second egress, sheet rock and miscellaneous areas, a pole screen partition, 77,213. However, ADA is something I have to work out, so that's why we put the additional money in for 90. So that's my story.
Yes, I've had some significant discussions earlier between engineering about the new public works park and rec facility up north. So the question here is how aggressive we're going to be about that, and what's the reality of when that's going to happen. Of course, we have to get it past the voters as well. But the 90,000 is a significant amount of stranded investment. That being said, it is, understanding the impact to your staff and giving them a place that is significantly better than what they have today. So those would be some.
Realistically, when is the new facility going to be up?
It probably would. I don't see it up and running until 3 years, 3 or 4 years.
So
I'll take the
4 years
over.
of- 4 years of the trailer is $60,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
60,000.
and if we did these improvements, I mean, they're very bare bones, but if and when we sell that whole scenario down there, would that
It's going to get
increase?
torn down.
It's gonna get torn
Oh,
down.
there's no residual value.
Every piece of that property will get torn
Gonna
down.
get torn down.
But it is in lieu of the spending.
Because they're gonna have to build up.
I wanted to give you,
I gotta go.
no, this is plan B. You see the future of how quickly or slowly things move.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you anticipated us having the trailer for 6 years, going on now 7. Right? So that's why I think it's really good to ponder.
Yep.
Trailer costs 60,000 a year?
No, the
15.
trailer's 15,000 a
15?
year,
Okay.
right? And we still have to get it pumped out
Eliminate
twice a
the
year.
trailer if you had the space.
But
Okay.
we're using that building today. So, and like I said, 10 big guys in that small trailer, just, it's not conducive. They're sitting out in the dirty bay.
Which is where they were before we got the
Yeah,
trailer.
Diane, please.
I don't know if I can speak now. So I'm Diane Van Steenberg and I'm on the Park and Rec Commission. This has been, I've been on for like 5 years, but this has been something that has been good. The conditions that these guys are in, when I went and took a tour maybe 4 years ago, I was pretty astonished at how OSHA codes, health codes, I mean, it's really bad. If no one's gone to see it, I'd advise you to. So the trailer was supposed to be a temporary fix, and we're spending a lot of money on this trailer. I mean, it's almost $100,000 that really could have been put towards better conditions on a permanent building. And again, it doesn't have to be the Taj Mahal, but I think we just owe our workers here at Park and Rec healthy facilities. I mean, it's really bad down there. I didn't really realize it until I got on the Park and Rec Commission. Bad. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dan.
And you're using all of the bay space.
We use the building for cold storage, basically. It does have a heating system in it now, but it's not sufficient enough to really, and we can't have any gasoline equipment in there or any gasoline cans because of the lack of the fire
I'm
suppression.
curious about building a room in the Bay Area. It's half the size of this. And
Yeah, I mean, it already has offices upstairs. It already has like a congregation area. It's really just upgrading. It's an old building, so the center of the ceiling just has like plastic windows up there. You know what I'm saying? The heat just kind of goes out of there. That's on top
They
of.
still have fans too that are there
Yeah.
to bring down the heat.
So it's not really a 4-season setup, if that makes sense. It gets very, very hot up there in the summer.
I walk in, I'm barely ever there, so I'm having a hard time
And we
viewing
did
this.
think about
forget the second, think about the first.
Yeah.
The problem is they are using.
That
the
was my
first floor.
question, how much of that?
They're using
You've
it.
got two big.
Taking picnic tables,
Yeah.
fixing picnic tables and wood, it's a wood shop.
Right, okay.
Plus the Kevin's crew also is in there using that too. So really, we tried to look at all sides,
I'm sure you did.
but I think the top floor is it. And there already is an egress that's workable on one side. And then there's an egress on the second. It's just a staircase that doesn't lead to anywhere, but the staircase is there. So one of the estimates I got was $30,000 to build a staircase, but we don't need to, the staircase is there. We just need to put a door through the wall right there. And there's our egress on both sides. So I appreciate the thought of considering building.
Gotta look at it.
All right.
Laura, from Chairman of Park and Rec. Hi, everyone. I'm holding down the fort at the office, but I want you to know that the commission, that Pam and her team have 100% support from the commission for this ask. And we feel it's a real priority. And we made sure, or we worked together to take out other things that we wanted to ask for in order to make this a priority.
Thanks, Laura.
Well,
You're welcome.
Thank you, Laura.
All right, moving on to our operational equipment. We are requesting an 11, I missed the well, sorry. We are requesting a well be installed at Mount Plains Park to serve the new community gardens that they're trying to install.
Yep.
I would also serve the dog park and some irrigation needs, as well as the public to have water there. And also potentially, if the well's dug deep enough, to irrigate the lacrosse field. Been working closely with Terry Kane on this. He's and it follows along with the sustainable nature of what we're trying to do in the town as well. So that came in as tune of $20,300.
So how do you irrigate you don't irrigate the lacrosse fields, right?
Right now, no.
This is a little far-fetched, but I'll just say it. I know when citizens wanted the dog park, we had the land, but I believe there was a private fundraising initiative for the construction of it, and things. Do you think that if we're having the community gardens there, we could possibly, see if people want to contribute to a well, because I don't know, just because.
In their last location, that garden group brought in their own water.
They brought in their own water. So this would be beneficial to them if the water's there.
Yeah,
So,
they've
I don't know.
already done some fundraising. I think through Sustainable CT, where they raise some money and they get some matching funds from Sustainable CT, so.
She'll work closely with us on this.
I mean, I realize it's, we're not asking them to pay for the whole thing, but, because you had some help, a few donations here and there for the splash pad, which really, well, one big one, but.
A little more than a few.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking of the bricks, and not the big one that. Okay, that's enough out of me.
Moving on to the operational equipment, we're looking to request an 11-foot rotary mower to replace our 16-foot mower. I think that I'm gonna give it floor to Tony to talk about.
Yeah, so 7 and 8 kind of go together, so I won't get too far ahead with that, but we would need a trailer to trailer this around that's dedicated to it. Our big mowers go out at minimum 4 days per week, 9 months a year. I believe off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date, but I think our current one that we're replacing is a 2016 model. It's either 2014 or 2016, so we're about at that 10-year mark. We usually start reassessing our equipment between the 8 and 12-year mark, depending on condition and how much we use it. Our current 16-footer we drive on the road, and it takes not only a toll on the person driving it, but it does 22 miles an hour. So you imagine leaving the shop in the morning and driving to Baldwin. It's equipped with everything it needs to be safe, but how safe is it doing 22 miles an hour, and how much damage is it taking over the years with, just regular condition of roads? This mower that we're replacing has been down twice this year. Once a weld broke on the wing and fell off. Thankfully, it wasn't while we were driving on the road. But they take a toll. It takes a toll with all the bouncing and, the decks and everything. So
we're transitioning not only now that we would like to start trailering in the future, to be safer and possibly a little quicker, but also, especially if we move up north, a lot of our facilities are down here. So we're going from only having to drive to a couple facilities up north and worry about to actually having to drive down south.
You won't miss the size difference from 16 to 11.
Well, that's one thing. So it's a catch-22. So obviously we're losing 5 feet. There are other options. There's 10 footers, 11 footers, 12 footers, 14 footers. So we're looking at the 14 footer and we're looking at the 11 footer. Where we're gonna lose time with extra cutting. I think we're gonna gain a little time with the travel, but mostly the cost in our pocket for repairs and downtime.
Is the 11 the biggest one you can trailer?
No, we can go 14. We put 11 on here, but I've been getting quotes for the 14. We're kind of in between. The biggest thing for me as far as fields, we do all the Board of Ed fields, we do all of our park fields, is the weight. I think the biggest gain for us is I really want to drop that extra couple thousand pounds on our field, especially when it's wet in the fall and the early spring. So we can't quite go down to 72-inch cut mowers and cut all our fields like some towns do. We just have too many of them. So we need something kind of to balance, something that we can balance.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And the next two are attachments. The Ventrac sickle attachment. Basically, the guys are doing brush removal by hand right now. So having this attachment and
Yeah, we do have a brush hog, but that's something you can run stuff over with. A lot of our facilities, when we have 35 plus facilities that we brush cut. It'd be nice. This is a sickle bar attachment for a tractor that we already own. The Ventrac, and it also has a boom on it. So we're able to reach, 8 feet in the air down to the ground. So it's just in addition to our multi-purpose tractor that we use for a lot of activities in our department. And as far as number 10, the Bethco, that is just like a trailer hitch that goes on the back of the trailer, and it's a core aerator for our fields. We currently have an old Orion that is similar, and obviously, but it's 30 plus years old at this point. Yeah, so it works. It works. It broke. It snapped twice this year, but
The aerator is 30 years old.
the aerator, yeah, the old Ryan, yeah. So the number 10 would be replacing the old Ryan aerator that we have.
That Ventrac sickle attachment, is that a new or
It
replacement?
would be new. Yes. Yeah, our Ventrac, we have, it takes multiple attachments. And I think we own about 7 attachments for it right now. This would be in addition to our fleet. So we have 2 of those tractors and we use them for snow removal, but we also use them for mowing. We use them for brush cutting.
Auger on or something?
Yeah, we brought it up last week and did some brush cutting and cleaning up in the disc golf course in the woods. So it's a multi-purpose tractor. So that would just be an addition to our fleet.
okay, and moving on, we have irrigation improvements with Adams Field Hockey. Apparently, this was a project that had started and ended 6 years ago. It never really finished the planned irrigation installation, so we'd like to finish that. And then, of course, add to the irrigation at Bittner's A, B, and C fields. I want to add something more.
Yeah, so this year's budget, we have money in to expand irrigation that's already existing at Bittner to the A field. And then the last 2 fields of that facility are B and C. So that's why we put it into next year's budget. Little League has made a big push to alternate from Adams to Bittner more. It's, for different reasons, but they're kind of starting to focus and put some of their money into that facility more. So we really just kind of the same thing at Nut Plains, like we don't have irrigation on those fields and it's beneficial. Like when we went through the drought this year, we see a decline in the field conditions. So something that we'd like to expand.
The field hockey irrigation, so some money has been spent on that? Or-
So if we go back, we go to Adams, like 6 or 7 years ago, we expanded the irrigation there to 4 of the 5 fields that were there. The reasoning at the budget time and when we actually got the work done, we were a little short with funds at that time, so we prioritized which fields are more important. The good news is that when we did that project, we anticipated expanding down the road. So there's already a main line in the field. There's already valves installed in the field. It's really just expanding the lateral lines and adding heads to it. So that's why the cost isn't too significant.
compared to what it would be if we were starting from scratch.
Okay.
So these aren't costs you have every year. This is just to,
Correct.
okay, to make the irrigation
Correct.
system. Be upgraded.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, moving on, herbicide-free spray unit. This is something that Tony
something-
researched.
It's a little newer. I talked to Public Works a couple months ago about this. They have interest in it as well. It could possibly be beneficial in other departments. I know it would be beneficial for us in DPW. Basically, this unit is like a 200-gallon tank or I believe 50-gallon tank, depending on what we quote. We quoted the 200 just to be on the safe side. It basically heats water to an excessive temperature. And instead of using herbicides along sides of roads, instead of using herbicides along fence lines or really anywhere, it basically boils the plants and basically kills it. And then it has like a foam agent that goes on afterwards. It's a non-toxic, environmentally safe foam agent. All it really does is cover, after you spray it with the hot water, it covers it and shields the heat and keeps the heat on the plant for an extended period of time. And basically, does it kill it for the year? Of course not. Does it kill it for 6 months? Depending on where you do it and how you do it. But it's, I think for, what was the price for this?
30.
You know, we help Public Works a lot on guardrails and side of the roads, and they're out doing different things. And we have miles of fence in town. And, we've taken the approach that we only spray when we have to, and fence lines isn't one of those things. So a lot of man hours are spent weed whacking fence lines. And I think if we can go through and spray those with this hot water foam, I think ultimately it's going to save us some time on the maintenance side, the personnel wise.
Is the foam just hot water?
Well, it's hot water and then there's an additive. It's really just like it's
Like a dove.
yeah.
So
Like hand
It's
soap.
basically like, so it's non-toxic. All it does is.
Yeah, that
keep
was what I
that
was driving about. Is
Yeah.
it toxic?
No, it's environmentally safe.
You guys ever use flamethrowers?
We did in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, we did find it to be very effective. You know what I'm saying?
It worked
if you
pretty
look-
well.
It does for
Kind
some
of little
areas.
dangerous.
Well, that was the biggest thing is we're wheeling around a propane tank and a giant flame stick, and we did it in parking lots along curb lines and stuff. But
Sounds like 4th of July.
Right?
Yeah.
if it gets too high, you burn it and kill it, but then you can still see it. So then we have to go out and weed whack it anyway. So it was kind of it.
What do you mean you can still see?
When we
it? Like,
burn-
obviously, it's scarred and burned for a little while, but then it usually
Also, that's
dissipates.
Tall stuff kind of still stays there.
Oh, I got
If you get it when it's young, then it'll wilt
So
away.
that's not a good alternative for you.
Well, we have one down there. We've used it a few times when we've needed it, but yeah, for the amount of like area that we need to do, it wasn't very beneficial.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to surface maintenance. We looked at Lake Quantapug. I attached many pictures of the parking lot at Lake Hugh. We got some repaving there, and of course seal coating, something Tony suggested. We got a quote, for the community center parking lot and Bittner parking lot, for preventative asphalt maintenance, just to extend the pavement life at those two facilities. Then we, at the bottom of our priority list, we were looking at regrading and resodding the Adams Little League infield, getting some fencing around that Plains lacrosse field since balls are continually lost in the woods over there. We are looking at, we put it at the bottom of our priority because we think that lacrosse very well, they put some funding toward it as well. Even with the GHS baseball padding replacement, that's the bottom of our list because we feel that GHS will probably throw us some money for the padding as well. And then, of course, the wind screens at the Adams Court. We do currently have 2 wind screens there.
We have one side
One
covered. We'd like to cover all 4 sides.
Yeah. And that concludes presentation. That's all.
I love that you prioritize them, and this is really useful. So thank you for.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This way, that's very good.
It's good to look back on even fiscal 26 where we currently are, and we're moving along in that column as well.
To add on to that, Sue, I will say that a few of our departments use the priority ranking within ClearGov, so as we're going through.
Oh, good.
So as we're going through and looking at where to make adjustments, we can use that. Mhm.
Well done. They're very, very detailed. And if I'm not predicting where we're gonna go, but your requests are $800,000. Capital operating, typically budget a million, a little over a million, million one, somewhere around there. I'm optimistic we can probably take solar roof off because that will be with a separate energy performance contract that we would do. And
That would reduce that, yeah.
yeah, so that would knock it down substantially and it'll.
Some go into bonding.
There's not much here that I think goes into bonding effectively. I just don't see it. I mean, but we're not, John, just so you may recall, the town has, the Board of Selectmen has taken a position, we will bond every 2 years. We will approve
Yep.
for bonding. This
And
is
that's
the,
next
this is
cycle.
the offsite.
Okay.
Well done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. I learned a lot.
Thanks, Dan.
Yay, Pam and Tony.
I need my own cheerleader. Wait a minute, that's you guys.
Yay, Mary Jane.
I know, it's on there. I know. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Who we got?
And is,
Jeremy coming?
yep, yeah, Jeremy and I are gonna tag team IT, and then we have Becky. Becky, are you on?
She's not on, but she's gonna come up here.
Okay, if we could, Jen, if you, right, Jen Ashton, if you could send Becky out. Jen, I saw you went off mute, but we don't hear anything, so I don't know if you're there or not. Okay. All right, well, Jeremy's gonna come, he'll come down, just if you have any technical questions, for IT, because as I always say, I'm in charge of IT, but I don't do IT.
These are all just placeholders.
Yeah.
Network switches, they have an end.
Yep. Yep, so we need to replace, network switches. That's somewhere here. Yep, in my notes, hold on, network switches. Youth and Family Services, Public Works and Social Services are at end of life. That's the network switches. The whiteboard is the replacement of this whiteboard here in this building, in this room. And it's the original one, and we'd like to upgrade it with an interactive monitor.
Okay.
Replacement PCs, we budget $12,000 a year. That's our standard replacement. We have a lot of laptops, mostly, right?
So, yeah, most of the laptops.
Yep. So we have that's our rotation, similar to the discussion we had with the library. Park and Rec server and Public Works server,
They're getting pretty old.
they're, okay, so those are,
How old are they? You know?
At least 10 years old.
yeah, I don't have a year on this. Public Works is already at its end of life. And Park and Rec and Social Services are coming up to their end of life. So that's what we have for those.
Main thing I would like to do with these servers that we can't do with the current servers is we are using the servers at Public Works, Social Services. We put the domain controller on there, we put the file services on there, we put any applications that department needs, and it's all on one computer. So if the operating system has any issues, we got to reinstall something, we got to do it for everything, which is just
Schedule.
we do it nightly. But if anything, if I need to upgrade something with PubWorks, for example, and it starts to break the file directory services, now I gotta troubleshoot PubWorks while also dealing with the file services not working properly. What I wanna do is I wanna take these servers and I wanna turn them into hypervisors so I can run virtual machines on them. And then I could run PubWorks in its own isolated virtual machine. And I could also back up that virtual machine and put it on an old server if anything ever happened to it.
I could put the domain controller on its own virtual machine, the file services on its own virtual machine. And then if anything ever happens, it is significantly easier for me to get the department back up to speed.
Gotcha.
So right now, if the servers work perfectly fine right now, they have security updates, but we're putting everything on, if there's no like fault tolerance with it, if anything happens to it, I mean, I can get the backup, but like, it's all leveraging like everything
So
working
take it
together.
as a physical machine.
Nobody wants
One
to-
physical machine, everything's
Nobody
running
wants
on
to go
that.
to that.
I want to separate everything logically.
Yep.
Right. That's it for IT. For the, oh,
Great, thanks, Chairman.
thanks,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
no problem.
Very much.
Have a good one.
And here's Becky, last but not least. She wanted to be last because she had somewhere else to be this morning, so here she is. Thank you. Hi.
Hey.
Hi there.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. Rebound, savings, rebound.
Jeez.
We're trying to get pushed back
You're
a year.
last to appear, but you're first on our list.
Yeah.
Alphabetically.
So it's supposed to be in 28, but you're trying to get it.
29, we're trying to get it pushed to 30, I
Oh,
don't know.
wouldn't that be?
It would
We
be
are.
lovely.
There are three communities, Stonington, Waterford, and Guilford, who were adversely impacted by the legislative effort to consolidate the revals for various regions of the state. We had last had ours done in 2020.
22, we're doing it this year.
We're
in the
doing it this
process.
year, right now.
26, 29.
And then we'll have to do it again in 29. So
That's it.
that will have been
As
three
you-
of them in 7 years.
As you can see, the cost is,
Yeah, 8 years.
it's a lot of money.
insignificant.
It's a lot of money.
It is.
And my ignorance shows if we do get to push this out once, I mean, at what point do we fall into line with everybody else?
Well,
The next one,
When
the
is
next,
this?
I believe the next one.
And that would be.
Yeah.
Four, probably four.
Then it would be a 4-year pause, is that what you're?
Yeah, but this is an effort, Dan, the selectwoman in Stonington and I were working on this issue, so we got the Waterford First Selectman to join us. We've petitioned OPM, we've petitioned the legislature to move the dates, and failing to do so, they help us with the cost because we're accelerating costs in that window as well. And that's now, a part of me says having revals every 3 years reflects market value better than every 5 years, right? But if continue to see the shift from commercial to residential that we saw in 2022, we're gonna have, the community's just gonna be at our throats, so.
It's not an insignificant amount of money, $37,000.
It's an unfunded mandate, so you'd like to see them kick in, either shift or kick in one or the other. Is it only 3 towns?
Correct, yes. Everybody either got a wider window or,
Yeah.
you know.
So depending on what happens here, haven't we spread it over 3 years in the past?
Correct, so we have in the past funded it from surplus. We've split it, this last year for 2025, we did not have a surplus that we felt that we could move money from. Our audit's not quite complete. Maybe when they're done, it might be a different story we can tell. But that's how we've been funding it. You know, look at this price. Think back, we used to put $50,000 a year in. Can you imagine that? We would never fund this at that rate. So that's how significant the cost has increased. But got very little left in that fund. We're talking like $30,000 left because we weren't able to put any money in this last year. So we will be looking to hopefully do that. But again, as we're deliberating, another thing to talk about and how we're going to fund that in 2029. Becky had originally spread it out over 3 years. For just that purpose, I asked her to put it in the year she needed it so that we could have the discussion on how to fund it. I said, Becky's job is to tell us what it's gonna cost. It's our job to figure out how to fund it. So that's just a discussion for us to have as we move forward.
And we'll know by budget time what happens about this timing.
Yeah. Is 637 a hard number? Is that a quoted number or is that just an estimate?
That's an estimate.
Do you
The
recall?
high bid for 2022 though was 667. So I tried to do an average
Yeah.
of the 22. Even I went back to 17 and what I extrapolated the numbers and it went up by about 7% a year. So I tried to add that on. So
Right.
it is an estimate. Doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be that much, but costs are not going down. So
I'd rather have the estimate be high than low, because if we don't have enough money for it, then, right, then we're stuck, so, you know.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks,
That was easy. Run. All right, anything further? Now the work starts.
Operating budgets will be going out to all the departments soon, so.
All right, anybody have anything?
Having a little brain freeze. We spent a lot of time on this today. It was great. Learned a lot, got reminded about things. So when do we look at this again? Not until January?
That's how we've done
Yeah.
it.
That's how we've done it in the past. We could absolutely put it on any agenda to look at. It might be worth looking at,
It's a really good idea.
Well,
you know, because,
it's more from my own brain, because I thought,
It's a long time from now.
yeah, and there's a lot of items that we might be able to look at to say, okay, we can fund this from these.
Why don't
You
we-
know, I haven't made
Why don't
those
we start?
determinations yet.
Why don't we start there? Why don't you go through this and do what you normally do with them and assign the potential funding sources to each of them? Give us the total numbers. Let's, for the moment, have two columns at the bottom. One, well, obviously.
Well, that's what I did last year. I added a column to this spreadsheet
Right.
that was other funding. So then there was, you know, you could see where the changes were.
See a total of what would actually come out of operating.
Correct, because I think you're at, I want to say 2.2 or, you know, something like that. I forget what the number is exactly, but, you know, clearly there's things that we've already identified that could come from other places.
and with solar, what you're gonna look at, if the library redoes the flat roof, then wouldn't that be another spot?
Yep. But library's roof is not slated
It's not
to
sleep,
start till next July,
right?
right? It'll be the next operating budget. The reality is we probably wouldn't get this project started till then
Right.
anyway. And we'll build in something on a deferred installation or something like that, right? So makes sense.
We could also consider bonding for it so that we have the authorization to do it. And you can get things done in stages to set yourself up for the solar even, you know, lots of
I think a
ideas.
lot of people in town would be thrilled to hear this,
Yeah.
because people have asked over the years. And we did 3 or 4 buildings like that. I think that'd be great, for so many reasons, but.
Yeah.
Did the high school do any solar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Seems like there's a lot of asks and that
there always
we
are.
might have to find some priorities.
Always the case.
We always do.
Yeah, we do that every year, but we ask and I ask for more because we want, as Sue will tell you, we're looking for more on our list. You know, I tell all the department heads, we want it to be on the list because it's hard when you come and say, I have this emergency today and we didn't know about it yesterday. So, and I know, I heard you ask those maybe emergency is not the right thing, but you know, an issue or something, right?
I think they have to understand too, it's not a no, you know, maybe just we have
Right,
to
we
do
might-
that at a later time and
Correct.
think about what we do in one
And-
cycle.
That's why so many of the department heads already, they know I'm gonna ask them for a priority, so, you know, they've already built that in to their request, because they know that's my next
All these
question.
things somebody in town would love, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Then they're spread out over different interests for different ages, and they're all good things.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn? All? Did sworn in yet?
No, actually.
So
Shouldn't be voting.
we can't count that one.
I'll abstain.
You get, no,
Is it
How-
official already?
Want to get some morning
I
downstairs?
was gonna say, I don't think he's officially on yet. right?
But
I thought we didn't get sworn in.
no, he
till the
doesn't
first.
sit. He doesn't.
Right, okay, right.
It doesn't matter, whatever's most.
Yeah.